It started like any other hike. The air was crisp, the trail was calling, and I had a whole day of exploring ahead of me. In the beautiful mountains of Pennsylvania, I thought I was prepared. I thought I knew what I was doing. But a series of small, seemingly insignificant choices would turn this peaceful, solo trip into a desperate fight for survival. This is the story of how my dream hike became a deadly mistake. I am Bose, a real estate appraiser by trade, and a man whose professional life is meticulously governed by facts, figures, and the cold, hard realities of property valuation. My days are spent navigating the intricate labyrinth of zoning laws, scrutinizing building methods, and poring over historical deeds, all to arrive at an objective assessment of a property's worth. Precision is my mantra, a laser distance measurer is as familiar to my hand as a pen, and digital floor plan software is my canvas for creating accurate, quantifiable representations of space. My mind, trained to dissect and analyze, thrives on the tangible, the verifiable. I pride myself on my ability to remain detached, to see a property not through the lens of sentimentality, but through the objective prism of market value and structural integrity. Yet, beneath this veneer of detached professionalism, there lurks a less conventional inclination, a morbid curiosity, an almost magnetic pull towards the anomalies, the whispers of the unexplained that occasionally surface in the dusty archives of local lore. It is this very curiosity, a quiet but persistent hum in the background of my otherwise rational existence, that ultimately led me down a path I should have vehemently avoided. It led me to a place where the quantifiable ceased to exist, and the only measure left was the escalating dread in my own heart. That hiking trip in Pennsylvania was not merely a mistake. It was a descent into a reality I never knew existed, a journey that irrevocably altered the landscape of my sanity. The echoes of that experience still reverberate, a chilling testament to the profound error of my judgment. I am writing this now, not for catharsis, but as a warning, a desperate attempt to articulate the horror that clings to me, a horror that began with a house and ended with the unraveling of everything I thought I knew. The whispers had always been vague, their origins shifting like mist through the Appalachian hollows. Some said Unionville, others swore it was closer to Howard. The location of the jinxed house was never fixed, lending it an almost mythical, pervasive quality, user query. This ambiguity, rather than diminishing its allure, only amplified it for someone like me, a man accustomed to pinning down every detail. It suggested a malevolence not confined to a single address, but one that seeped into the very soil of central Pennsylvania, tainting the rolling hills and dense forests that, on any other day, would have offered only serene beauty. The very notion of a curse that could migrate, that wasn't bound by property lines or municipal designations, was a fascinating, if unsettling, deviation from the predictable world I inhabited. My professional interest, initially, was purely academic. I'd heard the tales every family that dared inhabit the place met a tragic end, accidental deaths, suicides, unexplained illnesses, high user query. It was a macabre case study, a property whose history defied all logical appraisal metrics. The local legends traced the curse back to its very genesis, claiming it began with a worker dying during its original construction, his final breath a venomous malediction upon the nascent structure. Such stories, while dismissed by most as mere folklore, held a strange fascination for me, a rationalist drawn to the irrational. I had even researched similar historical precedents, like the supposed curse of Billy Penn. In Philadelphia, where the breaking of an architectural gentleman's agreement was blamed for decades of sports failures, or the Bellingham curse, tied to tragic mine accidents which, while often debunked, underscored humanity's enduring need to explain tragedy through supernatural means. The idea that a place could be inherently bad, not due to structural defects or market downturns, but due to an ancient, malevolent force, was a concept I felt compelled to explore, if only to disprove. Armed with my professional kit, the laser measurer, the digital floor plan software, the trusty tape measure, I set out, ostensibly to document the site to apply my objective tools to an inherently subjective horror. The hike itself was unremarkable at first, a typical trek through the Bald Eagle State Forest, the kind of remote, beautiful, yet isolated terrain that hikers often seek for solitude. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine, and the sounds were those of the wilderness, distant rustling, the occasional call of an unseen bird. But as I drew closer to the rumored site, the atmosphere began to subtly shift. The vibrant greens of the forest seemed to dull, the birdsong grew strangely muted, replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed in from all sides, a silence that felt less like an absence of sound and more like a presence itself. I found the old foundation exactly where the whispers had led me, overgrown, choked by decades of neglect, a skeletal footprint of what once was user query. It was a stark, unsettling sight, a testament to the house's violent end, having reportedly burned down years ago, user query. Yet, its destruction had not cleansed the land. If anything, it had merely transformed the malevolence, leaving behind a lingering, inescapable presence. The charred remnants of the foundation stones seemed to absorb the light, casting long, distorted shadows even in the midday sun. As I began to take my initial measurements, the laser beam cutting through the still, heavy air, a sudden, icy wind swept through the clearing, user query. It was an unnatural gust, devoid of the rustle of leaves or the sway of branches. The trees around me remained eerily motionless, as if holding their breath. The cold bit into my skin, a chill that went deeper than mere temperature, seeming to penetrate to the bone. And then it hit me. Not a physical blow, but a profound sense of despair, a crushing weight that settled deep within my chest, stealing the air from my lungs. It was an emotion so potent, so alien, that it felt less like a feeling and more like an external force, an insidious presence attempting to anchor me to that accursed earth. A desire to simply lie down and never get up. My rational mind, my appraiser's logic, screamed for an explanation, a quantifiable cause for this sudden, overwhelming hopelessness. But there was none. Only the chilling realization that I had stepped onto ground where the rules of my world no longer applied, and my morbid curiosity had just opened a door to something truly deadly. The silence that followed was punctuated only by the frantic beat of my own heart, a drum against the encroaching dread. I looked at my laser measurer, its digital readout now seeming to mock me with its precise, meaningless numbers. My fingers, usually so steady, trembled slightly as I tried to recalibrate, to find some logical anomaly, some measurable distortion in the space around me. But the numbers remained stubbornly normal, a terrifying contradiction to the profound abnormality I felt. The very tools of my trade, designed to bring order and understanding, felt utterly useless in the face of this irrational, suffocating despair. This was not a property to be appraised. It was a wound in the earth, and I, Bose, the man of facts, had just walked directly into its gaping maw. The profound despair that had washed over me at the foundation of the jinxed house was not a fleeting emotion. It clung to me, a suffocating shroud that seemed to absorb all light and hope. My appraiser's mind, usually a fortress of logic and objective analysis, found itself under siege. The meticulous measurements I had taken, the precise data points I had recorded, began to twist and contort in my memory, becoming nonsensical. I tried to review the digital floor plans on my tablet, but the lines seemed to waver, the dimensions shifting subtly, hinting at impossible geometries that defied every principle of architecture and physics I knew. It was as if the very fabric of reality, as perceived by my professional tools, was unraveling before my eyes. I tried to rationalize it, of course. Fatigue from the hike, the unsettling atmosphere of the isolated woods, perhaps even a trick of the light. But the icy wind that had swept through the clearing, leaving the surrounding trees undisturbed, was a memory too sharp, too unnatural to dismiss. It was a physical manifestation of the unseen, a cold breath from something ancient and malevolent. This wasn't just a dilapidated property, it was a wound in the earth, and I, with my morbid curiosity, had stepped directly into its gaping maw. The curse, I realized, was not merely a historical footnote of accidental deaths, suicides, and unexplained illnesses, a user query. It was an active, insidious force, a psychological contagion that sought to replicate the despair of its previous victims. My own burgeoning hopelessness was not a reaction to the house, but a symptom of its influence, a chilling echo of the mental and emotional deterioration that had plagued those who came before. The stakes were no longer just about documenting a property. They were about preserving my sanity, a battle I was rapidly losing. My professional protocols, once a source of comfort and control, became instruments of dread. I attempted to photograph the foundation, to capture the tangible evidence of its decay. But the images on my camera screen were distorted, blurred by an unseen force, or marred by strange, fleeting shadows that weren't there when I looked up. My hands, usually steady and precise, began to tremble uncontrollably, making it impossible to hold the laser measurer still. I found myself pacing the perimeter of the foundation, a frantic, repetitive circuit, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My mind, once so analytical, was now a chaotic storm of fragmented thoughts, each one a fresh wave of paranoia. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every distant snap of a twig, became a harbinger of unseen threats, making me question if I was truly alone, or if something was watching, waiting. The environment itself seemed to conspire against me. The dense canopy of the Bald Eagle State Forest, which had initially offered a sense of peaceful solitude, now felt oppressive, claustrophobic. The shadows lengthened prematurely, deepening the sense of isolation, making every tree a potential hiding place for something unseen. The air grew heavy, thick with an unspoken dread, and the silence, once merely muted, became absolute, a vacuum that swallowed all sound, leaving only the frantic thumping of my own heart. It was as if the very land was holding its breath, waiting for me to break. I tried to force myself to focus, to revert to the objective mindset of an appraiser. Just measure. I muttered to myself, my voice hoarse and unfamiliar. Just document. It's just a house, an old foundation. But the words felt hollow, a desperate incantation against a force that defied all logic. I picked up a loose stone from the foundation, its surface rough and cold, and felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to simply lie down amongst the debris, to become one with the forgotten earth, to cease to exist. This wasn't just tiredness, it was a profound, existential weariness, a desire to surrender to the crushing weight of the despair that emanated from the very ground beneath my feet. My internal monologue, usually a precise stream of calculations and observations, became repetitive, obsessive. What's the point? What's the point? There's no way out. Everything I do seems to end in failure. I felt trapped, utterly powerless, as if I was drowning in a sea of despair, with no one to help me. The thought of returning to my normal life, to the world of concrete numbers and verifiable facts, felt impossible, a distant, unreachable shore. The curse wasn't just on the house, it was in me, a creeping tendril of hopelessness that had found fertile ground in my morbid curiosity. I remembered the local legends, the whispers of the Lady in the Lantern. In Unionville, a spectral light seen bobbing through the fields, sometimes carried by a spectral woman in white, linked to a tragic buggy accident. Was this despair I felt a precursor to such an encounter? Was it the White Lady, whose appearance often heralded misfortune or death in a family, now manifesting her sorrow through me? The thought, rather than terrifying me further, brought a strange, detached sense of inevitability. It was as if my mind was already accepting the supernatural, blurring the lines between the rational and the terrifyingly real. My movements became erratic. I found myself compulsively touching my face, running my fingers through my hair, as if trying to physically brush away the encroaching dread. My eyes darted around, unable to settle on any one point, constantly searching for something, anything, that could explain or alleviate the suffocating pressure. I knew, intellectually, that I should leave, that every instinct screamed for retreat. But a perverse, self-destructive urge, fueled by the very despair that consumed me, kept me rooted to the spot. It was a terrifying paradox. The more hopeless I felt, the more compelled I was to remain, to witness the full extent of this unraveling. The jinxed house had found its new victim, and it was slowly, methodically, consuming me from the inside out. The suffocating despair that had settled upon me at the jinxed house's foundation was no longer a mere feeling. It was a physical presence, a cold, heavy hand pressing down on my chest, stealing my breath. My appraiser's mind, once a bastion of logic and order, was fracturing under the relentless assault. The digital readouts on my tablet flickered. The lines of the floor plan software wavered, hinting at impossible geometries, rooms that defied spatial reasoning. My hands, usually so steady, now trembled with a persistent tremor, making any attempt at precise measurement a futile exercise in frustration. Every rustle in the dense Pennsylvania woods, every distant snap of a twig, amplified my paranoia, transforming the serene wilderness into a labyrinth of unseen threats. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I had to leave. Every fiber of my being screamed for retreat, for escape from this place that was systematically dismantling my reality. Yet, a perverse, self-destructive compulsion, born from the very morbid curiosity that had led me here, kept me rooted. It was as if the despair itself had become a magnetic force, drawing me deeper into its core, compelling me to confront the source of its malevolence. I had to understand. I had to quantify. It was the appraiser in me, the man who sought to define and categorize, even in the face of the utterly undefinable. My gaze fell upon the very center of the burned. Out foundation, a patch of scorched earth where the house's heart would have been. This was it. This was the nexus of the curse, the point from which the profound despair emanated. If I could just get a reading, a single, objective data point from this epicenter of irrationality, perhaps I could break its hold, or at least understand the nature of the horror that was consuming me. It was my deadly mistake, the final, desperate act of a rational mind clinging to its tools in an irrational world. With a trembling hand, I raised my laser distance measurer, its familiar hum of faint comfort against the roaring chaos in my mind. I aimed the precise red beam at the exact center of the charred ground, where the whispers of tragedy felt loudest, where the desire to simply lie down and never get up was almost unbearable. I pressed the button, expecting a measurement, a number, any number that could anchor me back to reality. The digital display flickered, not with a distance, but with a single impossible word VOID. Then, the numbers began to cycle wildly, not measuring distance, but something else entirely. Dates flashed by 1880, 1927, 1954, and 1989 years that resonated with local tragedies, with the accidental deaths, suicides, and unexplained illnesses, a user query that had plagued the house's inhabitants. Then, the numbers shifted again, displaying what looked like coordinates, but they were constantly changing, spiraling inward, then outward, as if mapping a dimension that refused to be contained. Finally, the display settled on a single, chilling sequence Zeft. Negative infinity feet. A measurement of absolute nothingness, of an endless abyss, yet somehow contained within the physical space of a burned out foundation. My mind reeled. My professional training, my entire framework for understanding the world, shattered. How could a physical space measure negative infinity? How could a laser measurer designed for absolute precision display a concept, an absence? It wasn't just a glitch. It was a direct assault on my sanity, a confirmation that the curse was not merely affecting my emotions, but actively distorting my perception of reality, twisting the very tools of my trade into instruments of psychological torment. The jinxed house wasn't just a place, it was a gateway, and I had just peered into the abyss it contained. A cold, unseen presence seemed to coalesce around me, pressing in from all sides. The profound despair intensified, becoming a physical weight that threatened to crush me. I felt a desperate, primal urge to scream, but no sound escaped my throat. My legs, heavy as lead, finally gave way, and I collapsed onto the damp, cold earth, the laser measurer falling from my numb fingers. The desire to simply lie down and never get up, a user query, was no longer a fleeting thought. It was an overwhelming, seductive promise. I lay there, staring up at the darkening canopy of trees, the world spinning, my mind a maelstrom of fractured thoughts and impossible numbers. I don't remember how long I lay there, or how I eventually found the strength to move. The journey back through the Bald Eagle State Forest was a blur, a desperate, stumbling escape from a horror that had already taken root within me. The crisp air now felt like a suffocating blanket, the sounds of the wilderness like mocking whispers. I was no longer just hiking, I was fleeing, but the entity I fled was now inside my own head. I am back in my apartment now, surrounded by the familiar comforts of my life, but nothing is the same. The deadly mistake wasn't just visiting the jinxed house, it was trying to understand it, to quantify it, to apply my rational mind to something that defied all reason. The curse didn't stay in Pennsylvania, it followed me home. The profound despair is a constant companion. I wake up each morning with a leaden weight in my chest, a pervasive sense of hopelessness that makes every task feel monumental. My appetite is gone, replaced by a gnawing emptiness. Sleep offers no escape. When I close my eyes, I see the flickering digital display, the impossible NERF-D, burning behind my eyelids. I find myself pacing my apartment for hours, a frantic, repetitive circuit, my thoughts spiraling into dark, obsessive patterns. My professional life is in ruins. I can no longer look at properties with objective detachment. Every old foundation seems to hum with unseen malevolence. Every measurement feels tainted by the impossible numbers I witnessed. My laser measure sits on my desk, a silent, mocking reminder of my broken reality. I try to work, but my focus is shattered, my mind constantly drifting back to that clearing, to the icy wind and the suffocating despair. I push away calls from colleagues, their mundane inquiries about market values and zoning laws feeling like a cruel joke. How can I appraise a world that no longer makes sense? The jinxed house, burned down, but its curse lives on, not just in the land, but in me. I am Bose, the real estate appraiser, now an unwilling vessel for a despair that transcends all logic, all measurement. I write this as a warning, a desperate attempt to articulate the horror that clings to me, a horror that began with a morbid curiosity and ended with the unraveling of everything I thought I knew. I am still here, physically capable of typing these words, but the man who embarked on that hiking trip is gone, replaced by an echo of the house's endless, profound despair. And I know, with chilling certainty, that I will never truly get up again. My name is Hernan. I am, by profession, a historical cartographer, though my true passion lies in the forgotten footnotes of regional lore. My work, often solitary and meticulous, involves tracing the faint lines of history across landscapes, seeking out the whispers of events that time has tried to erase. It is a pursuit that demands patience, an almost obsessive attention to detail, and a willingness to venture far beyond the well-trodden paths of documented history. This particular expedition, however, transcended mere academic curiosity. It became an indelible mark on my very soul, a chilling testament to the perils of unearthing truths best left buried. My destination was Ohiopyle State Park, a sprawling expanse of rugged beauty nestled within Pennsylvania's Laurel Highlands. The park, renowned for its dramatic waterfalls, the roaring Yofiogany River, and its dense, ancient forests, is a haven for outdoor enthusiasts. Yet, beneath its picturesque facade, Ohiopyle holds a deeper, more somber history, a tapestry woven with the threads of early Native American settlements, the arduous passage of George Washington during the French and Indian War, and the echoes of a frontier era that shaped this wild corner of the state. It was this latter history that drew me, specifically, to the reputed grave of Tom Fawcett. Fawcett, a name that still carries a certain notoriety in local circles, was a figure of considerable legend. Described as a blather skite of the hills, he was infamous for his boasts, particularly the audacious claim that he had killed General Braddock, his own commanding officer, during the French and Indian War in 1755. Braddock, a veteran of the elite Coldstream Guard, had led a British force towards Fort Duquesne, only to be mortally wounded in a chaotic battle and buried in secret by his men to prevent desecration. Fawcett's alleged motive, according to some accounts, stemmed from Braddock's perceived carelessness in risking the life of Fawcett's brother, Joseph, compounded by the general's arrogance and disdain for his colonial and Indian soldiers. It was a tale that had always fascinated me, a historical footnote with a dark, personal twist, and I had long harbored the ambition to locate Fawcett's final resting place, said to be near the Kentuck campground. My journey into the heart of Ohiopyle began under a sky that promised a clear, if somewhat cool, autumn day. The air, crisp and carrying the rich scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, filled my lungs with a primal freshness. I had meticulously studied maps, cross-referencing old topographical charts with modern park guides, noting the various trails that snaked through the dense woods surrounding Kentuck campground. The Tom Fawcett Trail, a 1.0 mile path described as most difficult hiking, and known to descend steeply into a small ravine, seemed the most likely route to my objective. It was a path less traveled by casual hikers, a detail that appealed to my desire for undisturbed exploration. As I ventured deeper, the sounds of the distant highway faded, replaced by the rustling of unseen creatures in the undergrowth and the whisper of wind through the towering trees. The forest, initially welcoming, began to take on a more oppressive quality as the sun dipped lower, casting long, distorted shadows that danced with every shift of the breeze. The vastness of Ohiopyle, which had initially felt liberating, now began to amplify a creeping sense of isolation, a vulnerability that gnawed at the edges of my composure. I found myself constantly scanning the dense foliage, my senses heightened, every snapping twig or distant bird call momentarily freezing me in place. It was the kind of silence that wasn't truly silent, but rather a symphony of subtle, unsettling sounds that hinted at unseen presences. My search led me off the main trail, guided by fragmented historical notes and a gut feeling that often serves as a cartographer's most reliable compass. The ground grew softer, the undergrowth thicker, and the light, already dim, struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above. Just as a profound sense of unease began to settle over me, I saw it, tucked away beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. Half obscured by moss and fallen leaves was a weathered, unmarked stone. It was precisely as the old descriptions had detailed, a simple, unassuming marker, devoid of inscription, yet radiating a palpable sense of history. This had to be it. This had to be the grave of Tom Fawcett. Dusk was rapidly settling, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and fading orange. A chill unnatural and sudden permeated the air, raising goosebumps on my arms despite my layers. I stood there, a respectful distance from the stone, a strange mix of triumph and trepidation swirling within me. The air grew heavy, thick with an unspoken presence. Then, from the deepening shadows of the trees directly opposite me, a figure began to emerge. It was an old man, dressed in what appeared to be colonial garb, a long, dark coat, breeches, and a tricorn hat, all faded and worn as if by centuries of exposure. His movements were slow, deliberate, almost ethereal, yet undeniably physical. He stopped a few yards from me, his form solidifying against the encroaching gloom. His eyes, ancient and filled with an unbearable sorrow, fixed upon mine. He looked at me not with malice, but with a profound wariness, as if burdened by an untold story. And then he began to speak, his voice a dry, brittle whisper, like the rustling of countless autumn leaves stirred by an unseen wind. It wasn't murder, you see. The words hung in the air, thin and dry, like the very leaves that rustled around us. It wasn't murder, you see. The voice, a whisper that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the darkening woods, resonated not just in my ears, but deep within my skull, a chilling echo that bypassed my eardrums entirely. My heart, already a frantic drum against my ribs, hammered harder, a desperate rhythm against the encroaching dread. I stood frozen, every instinct screaming at me to flee, yet my feet remained rooted to the damp earth, held captive by a morbid fascination in the sheer, unbelievable reality of the figure before me. The old man, Tom Fawcett, shifted, his sorrowful eyes never leaving mine. The colonial garb, once merely a historical detail, now seemed to ripple with an unseen energy, as if the centuries had not passed him by, but merely clung to him like a shroud. The air grew colder, a profound, unnatural chill that seeped into my bones, far beyond the autumn evening's natural bite. I could feel the individual hairs on my arms prickle, a primal response to the impossible. They say I shot him in the back. The rustling voice continued, a dry, rasping sound that seemed to pull the moisture from the air around me. A coward's act, they called it. A blatherskite's boast. He paused, and I could almost hear the weight of generations of condemnation in that silence. What did they know of Braddock? Of his arrogance, his disdain for us, the provincials, the men who knew these woods, who knew how to fight this war. He began to recount the battle, his voice gaining a faint, almost imperceptible tremor, like a leaf caught in a sudden gust. It was July 9, 1755, he said, the air thick with the humid heat of a Pennsylvania summer, not the crisp chill of this autumn night. Braddock, the proud, unyielding general, had marched his British regulars into the dense wilderness near Fort Duquesne, oblivious to the true nature of the fight they faced. Tom described the chaos, the unseen enemy, the terrifying screams of men cut down by an invisible foe. Braddock, he insisted, had ignored every warning, every plea from his colonial officers, including a young George Washington who understood the brutal realities of frontier warfare far better than the rigid European tactics Braddock clung to. He treated us like dogs. Fawcett's voice rasped, a new, bitter edge to the rustling. Public shaming, physical abuse, for daring to suggest he listened to those who knew the land, and then he risked Joseph. The name, Joseph, hung in the air, heavy with a grief that transcended time. My brother. Braddock, in his blind arrogance, set him into a position of trap. I saw it. I saw Joseph fall. The ghost's form seemed to waver slightly, a shimmering distortion against the deepening gloom, as if the intensity of his memory was too much even for a spirit. I didn't aim for his back, Hernan. I aimed for his arrogance. For the man who would sacrifice his own for pride. It was a desperate act, a moment of madness born of grief and fury. He was already wounded, yes, but he was still bellowing orders, sending more good men to their deaths. I stopped him. I stopped the slaughter. As Fawcett spoke, the woods around me seemed to press in, the shadows growing longer, thicker, almost tangible. The sounds of the forest, once merely background noise, now took on a sinister quality. Every creak of a tree trunk, every rustle of leaves, every distant hoot of an owl seemed to be part of the ghost's narrative, a symphony of his torment. I could feel the cold, dewy leaves brush against my face as if unseen hands were reaching out, and the rich, earthy smell of decay seemed to intensify, filling my nostrils with the scent of ancient graves. My mind, usually so rational, so ordered by maps and historical facts, began to unravel. Was this real? Was I truly standing before the ghost of Tom Fawcett, hearing a confession that rewrote history? Or was the isolation, the encroaching darkness, and my own obsession with this legend finally breaking my mind? I felt a creeping paranoia, a sense of being watched not just by Fawcett, but by the very trees, the very air of Ohiopyle. The vastness of the wilderness, which had felt liberating hours ago, now felt like an inescapable trap, a dark room closing in around me. Fawcett's voice, still like rustling leaves, grew softer, more insistent. They buried Braddock in the road, marched the army over him to hide the shame. But a secret, Hernan, a secret like that, it doesn't stay buried. Not truly. It lingers. It waits for someone to listen, someone to understand. He took a slow, deliberate step towards me, and I instinctively recoiled, stumbling backward over an unseen route. My breath hitched, a shallow, ragged gasp in the cold air. The sorrow in his eyes seemed to deepen, transforming into something else, a desperate, almost pleading intensity. And now I know, he whispered, his voice suddenly seeming to come from all around me, chiseling itself into the very core of my being. You carry it now, the truth. My truth and the burden that comes with it. A profound, terrifying realization washed over me. This wasn't just a historical recounting. This was a transference. I had sought out a ghost, a forgotten truth, and in doing so, I had become inextricably linked to it. The deadly mistake wasn't just Tom Fawcett's, it was mine. And as the last vestiges of twilight faded, plunging the woods into absolute darkness, I felt a cold, unseen hand settle on my shoulder, a weight that promised to never leave. The cold, unseen hand on my shoulder was not a physical grip that could be shrugged off. It was a pressure that seeped into my very marrow, a chill that bypassed flesh and bone to settle deep within my soul. Fawcett's voice, no longer merely rustling leaves, but a chorus of whispers that echoed from every ancient tree, every damp patch of earth, reverberated in my mind. You carry it now. The truth, my truth, and the burden that comes with it. Panic, raw and unreasoning, seized me. My carefully constructed world of historical facts and rational inquiry shattered around me like brittle glass. This wasn't a legend. It was a living, breathing, infectious horror. I stumbled backward, away from the spectral presence, my legs tangling in the undergrowth. I didn't know what the burden was, what truly meant, but the sheer weight of the ghost's despair, coupled with the chilling implication of his words, was enough to send a jolt of pure terror through me. I had sought a story, a forgotten footnote, and instead, I had become the next chapter in a century's old torment. What do you want? I choked out, my voice a pathetic croak in the vast, indifferent darkness. The rustling intensified, a sound like 1,000 dry leaves skittering across frozen ground, and then coalesced into Fawcett's voice, closer now, impossibly close, as if he were speaking from inside my own head. Peace, understanding, to be believed. His sorrowful eyes, still fixed on mine, seemed to bore into my very essence, searching, pleading. They called me a murderer, a coward. But I was a man Hernan, a man pushed to the brink. Braddock, he was a plague upon us. He would have led us all to ruin. I saved them. I saved him from a worse fate. His words, a desperate plea for absolution, twisted the knife of my terror. He wasn't just telling his story, he was implanting it. He was seeking not just a listener, but a witness, a new vessel for his truth. And I, in my academic hubris, my relentless pursuit of the obscure, had offered myself up. The cold hand on my shoulder pressed harder, not physically, but with a psychological weight that threatened to crush me. I felt a profound sense of violation, as if his very essence, his unresolved torment, was seeping into my own being. I had to get out. The woods, once a place of quiet contemplation, had transformed into a living nightmare, a labyrinth designed to trap and consume me. I turned and ran, blindly, desperately, crashing through thickets and stumbling over roots. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint, shifting outlines of trees that seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal arms reaching for me. Every snap of a twig behind me, every rustle of leaves was Fawcett's voice, his presence pursuing me. I could hear my own ragged breathing, loud and frantic in the oppressive silence, a stark counterpoint to the ghost's ceaseless, rustling whispers. My sense of direction, usually impeccable, dissolved into a panicked haze. The familiar trails of a hyopile became a disorienting maze. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached with a searing pain, until the metallic taste of fear filled my mouth. I fell, scraping my hands on sharp rocks, the impact jarring my teeth. I scrambled back up, my mind screaming, he's still here. He's inside me. The thought was more terrifying than any physical threat. The deadly mistake wasn't a physical wound. It was a psychological infection, a permanent alteration of my reality. I don't know how long I ran or how I found my way back to the faint, almost imperceptible outline of the main path. It felt like hours, an eternity trapped in a dark, suffocating room where the walls were made of ancient trees and the air vibrated with a dead man's confession. When I finally stumbled out of the deepest part of the woods, the faint glow of distant campground lights was a beacon of sanity, a fragile promise of escape. I didn't stop until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, a blessed, mechanical sound that momentarily drowned out the rustling whispers still echoing in my head. I drove. I drove until the sun began to paint the eastern sky with the first tentative streaks of dawn, until Ohiopyle was a distant, terrifying memory in my rearview mirror. But the distance changed nothing. The burden remained. Tom Fawcett's story, his desperate need for vindication, had become inextricably woven into the fabric of my own mind. I saw his sorrowful eyes in every shadow, heard his rustling voice in every whisper of the wind. the historical cartographer, the man who sought forgotten truths, was now a living archive of a dead man's torment. My life as I knew it was over. The pursuit of knowledge, once my greatest joy, had led me to a truth that was too heavy to bear, too insidious to escape. I am not physically harmed, not in the way one might expect from a horror story. There are no claw marks, no spectral burns, but the mistake was deadly nonetheless. It was the death of my peace, the erosion of my sanity, the permanent haunting of my waking hours. I am a vessel now, compelled to share this story, to pass on the burden of Tom Fawcett's truth. Perhaps, in telling it, I can lessen its weight, or perhaps, like a curse, it will simply find a new host. I am writing this from the quiet confines of my study, far from the ancient woods of Ohiopyle. The sun is high now, casting warm light through my window, but the darkness remains. It is not the darkness of night, but the darkness of a secret, a truth that has taken root within me. I look at my maps, the neat lines and precise labels, and they seem meaningless now. The real map is the one etched onto my soul, a map of a deadly mistake. And the rustling, it never truly stops. It is the sound of his story, forever whispering, forever seeking an ear. And now you have heard it too. My name is Marcellus. I am compelled to share this account, to lay bare the chilling truth of what transpired after my family and I made the fateful decision to relocate to a secluded farmstead nestled deep within the Pennsylvania Appalachians. Our aspiration was simple, yet profound, to escape the relentless clamor of urban life, to find a sanctuary of peace and quiet, a place where our children could grow amidst the tranquility of nature, far from the pervasive anxieties of the modern world. We sought a return to simplicity, a connection to the earth, a life unburdened by the constant hum of civilization. The old farm, situated not far from the Maryland border, seemed to promise precisely that idyllic existence. What we discovered, however, was not the serenity we craved, but a profound and terrifying disruption of that peace, a descent into a reality far more sinister than we could have ever conceived. It began subtly, a creeping unease that whispered promises of ancient malevolence, slowly, inexorably, tightening its grip on our lives. The property itself was an antique, its weathered timber and rough, hewn stone bearing the marks of generations past. It sat in a secluded hollow, embraced on all sides by the ancient, sprawling embrace of the Appalachian Mountains. The air here was distinct, heavy with the rich scent of damp earth, the sweet decay of fallen leaves, and the timeless aroma of aged wood. Silence was not merely an absence of sound, it was a palpable presence, a profound quiet that seemed to absorb all noise, occasionally broken only by the rustle of unseen creatures in the dense undergrowth, or the distant, mournful call of an unknown bird. This was the peace we had yearned for, a stark and welcome contrast to the ceaseless din we had left behind. Yet, even in those early days, a subtle unease began to settle upon me, a feeling that this profound quiet was not simply a void, but a watchful, waiting stillness, a breath held before a scream. These mountains, I soon learned, were not merely a picturesque backdrop for our new life. They were a living testament to geological forces of unimaginable scale and antiquity, a landscape forged in fire and ice, formed over 1.2 billion years through colossal plate collisions. Events like the Grenville, Taconic, Acadian, and Alleghanian orogenies. They held a history far deeper than any human record could ever hope to capture. The very bedrock beneath our feet had been forged in cataclysmic events, with continental cratons colliding to form supercontinents like Rodinia and Pangaea, then tearing apart only to collide again. I recall poring over old maps and geological surveys, fascinated by a detail that now haunts my waking thoughts, the Pennsylvania salient, a unique geological feature in these very Appalachians, supposedly formed by a large, dense block of mafic volcanic rocks that had resisted the immense pressures of mountain building, forcing the surrounding strata to fold around it. It was a detail that, at the time, seemed merely academic, a fascinating footnote in the Earth's grand narrative. Now, I can't shake the chilling thought that such an ancient, dense anomaly might serve as a focal point a conduit for something equally ancient and resistant to the natural order, something that had been dormant for eons, stirred awake by our unwitting presence. The land itself felt alive, imbued with a primordial energy that was both awe-inspiring and deeply unsettling, hinting at a malevolence far older than any human concept of evil. The initial disturbances were subtle, almost imperceptible, easily dismissed as the quirks of an old house or the overactive imagination of a family adjusting to profound solitude. It began with whispers. Faint, indistinct, they seemed to drift from the periphery of my hearing, just beyond the threshold of clear comprehension. They were like fragments of conversation, carried on a phantom breeze, never quite forming coherent words, yet always present, a persistent, unsettling hum beneath the surface of the profound quiet. I would pause, strain my ears, holding my breath, but the moment I focused, they would recede, leaving only the silence, now imbued with a new, unsettling quality. My wife, Sarah, would occasionally mention hearing things. A creak upstairs when no one was there, a faint sigh from an empty room. But we would quickly rationalize it away, attributing it to the house settling or the wind playing tricks. Then came the physical manifestations, equally ambiguous at first, but steadily growing in frequency and unsettling precision. A book I had left open on the bedside table would inexplicably be found closed and placed neatly on the floor beside the bed, or a kitchen utensil I had just used would appear in a drawer where it certainly hadn't been placed. Doors, which I distinctly remembered closing and latching, would be found ajar, their hinges groaning softly as if recently disturbed by an unseen hand. Fleeting shadows would dance in my peripheral vision, just at the edge of sight, vanishing the instant I turned my head, leaving me with a prickle of unease on my neck. My initial inclination, as any rational person's would be, was to attribute these occurrences to the settling of an ancient structure, the vagaries of the wind, or simply my own fatigue and the unfamiliarity of our new surroundings. I would offer logical explanations to my wife, to my children, and most importantly, to myself. We were all adjusting, I reasoned. The house was old, it had its quirks. The wind could be surprisingly strong in these valleys, capable of rattling windows and shifting objects. But the rationalizations began to wear thin, fraying at the edges with each new incident. The whispers grew marginally clearer, though still elusive, and the displaced objects became more frequent, more deliberate, almost playful in their unsettling nature. There was a growing sense that these were not random occurrences, but rather a series of deliberate, if gentle, intrusions, a probing, testing presence. It reminded me chillingly of the early accounts of the Bell Witch legend, tales I had only vaguely known from my youth of knocking heard along the door and walls, and sounds of gnawing on the beds, and even invisible dogs fighting. The slow, insidious creep of these phenomena was far more terrifying than any sudden, overt display. It was a gradual erosion of our sense of security, a subtle twisting of the familiar into something deeply unsettling. We were not just living in an old house, we were sharing it with an unseen, increasingly active presence that seemed to delight in undermining our peace, one whisper, one misplaced object at a time. The quiet we had sought, the sanctuary we had envisioned, was slowly being replaced by a pervasive, chilling unease, a prelude to the true horror that awaited us, a horror that would soon make our deadly mistake terrifyingly clear. The subtle disturbances, the whispers and the misplaced objects were merely the prelude. They were the gentle, insidious prodding of something ancient and malevolent, testing the boundaries of our sanity. The true horror began when the entity found its voice, a profound and terrifying shift from the ambiguous sounds that had merely unsettled us. It started as a low murmur, a barely audible hum that seemed to vibrate through the very foundations of the old farmstead, then coalesced into a chilling, disembodied voice. It was not a human voice, not truly. It was a cacophony of whispers and guttural sounds, sometimes shifting in tone, sometimes seeming to emanate from different corners of a room simultaneously, as if the air itself had become sentient and malicious. The sound was like dry leaves skittering across a frozen pond, or the rasp of ancient stone grinding against stone, yet it formed words, clear and distinct. The most terrifying aspect of this new manifestation was its uncanny ability to reveal secrets. Not just general knowledge, but intimate details, deeply personal moments, vulnerabilities, and fears that only my wife, Sarah, or I knew. It would speak of childhood anxieties I had long buried, of private conversations Sarah and I had shared in hushed tones, of fleeting thoughts that had never been uttered aloud. One evening, as I sat alone in the living room, trying to make sense of the escalating phenomena, the voice materialized directly behind me, a cold breath on my neck. Marcellus. It rasped, its tone a mocking parody of concern. Still haunted by the old oak tree, aren't you? The one where you buried your grandfather's watch, thinking no one would ever find it. My blood ran cold. I had buried that watch when I was 8 years old, a secret pact with a memory, and had never spoken of it to another living soul. The horror wasn't in the revelation itself, but in the profound violation of my inner world. This entity wasn't just in our house, it was in our minds, a parasitic presence, feeding on our most guarded thoughts. My attempts to understand or communicate with it were met with cryptic, mocking responses or sometimes outright threats. It would twist my words, throw them back at me with a chilling accuracy, or simply laugh. A dry, rattling sound that promised only despair. This invasive power, this clairvoyance, was eerily similar to accounts of the Bell Witch, which was said to be able to repeat word for word 2 sermons given 13 miles apart at the same time, demonstrating an impossible knowledge of distant events. The terror was no longer just about things moving or sounds in the dark. It was about an entity that knew us, truly knew us, and used that knowledge to systematically dismantle our sense of safety and privacy. It was a psychological torment far more insidious than any physical threat. The escalation continued, reaching a terrifying crescendo one moonless night. Our 2 dogs, a loyal German shepherd named Bear and a skittish border collie mix named Luna, began to howl. It wasn't their usual playful barks or territorial growls. It was a deep, guttural, primal howl of pure, unadulterated terror. They were huddled together on the porch, their fur bristling, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their eyes fixed on the impenetrable darkness of the woods that pressed in on our farmstead. Bear, usually fearless, was whimpering, pressing himself against the door as if trying to force his way through the solid wood. Luna was panting, a low, continuous whine escaping her throat. My apprehension built with each agonizing second as I witnessed their palpable fear, a fear directed at something unseen, something immense and malevolent, lurking just beyond the reach of our porch light. Driven by a desperate, foolish need to understand, I grabbed a powerful flashlight and stepped onto the porch, my heart hammering against my ribs. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something else. Something acrid and foul, like burned hair and stagnant water. I swept the beam across the tree line, my breath catching in my throat, and then I saw them. 2 glowing red eyes, like embers in the deepest pit of hell, staring back from the darkness. They were impossibly large, set wide apart, implying a creature of immense size and terrifying power. They didn't blink. They simply burned, fixed on me with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. The dog's howls intensified, becoming desperate, choked cries. In that chilling moment, a primal fear seized me, a recognition that this was no ordinary animal, no human predator. This was something ancient, something legendary. The image of those eyes, burning like malevolent beacons in the Appalachian night, immediately brought to mind the hellhounds often associated with the Bell Witch legend. The Bell Witch legend itself spoke of a large black dog following a family slave, and now, here in our secluded Pennsylvania farm, was a manifestation that felt undeniably linked to that same dark lineage. This was no longer a subtle haunting. This was a visible, undeniable threat, directly impacting my personal experience of terror. The relentless psychological invasion of the voice and the terrifying appearance of the red eyes spurred me into desperate action. I needed answers, a framework to understand the horror that was consuming our lives. I began to research local folklore, spending countless hours poring over old books and obscure online archives. searching for anything that might explain the torment we were enduring. My initial searches yielded little that truly fit. The local ghost stories were too simplistic, the cryptid sightings too mundane. A deepening sense of isolation and dread settled over me as I realized how truly unique and terrifying our situation seemed. But my persistence eventually paid off. Late one night, deep in the digital rabbit hole of forgotten histories, I stumbled upon the Bell Witch legend. The details hit me like a physical blow. The knocking, the moving objects, the physical assaults, and most chillingly, the disembodied voice that knew secrets and tormented its victims. The parallels between our family's torment and the historical accounts of the Bell Witch were undeniably clear, a chilling revelation that simultaneously provided a framework for my fear and a sense of overwhelming dread. The Bell Witch legend was notoriously malevolent, its victims often finding no escape. This discovery was a psychological turning point, confirming that we were not merely imagining things, but were truly under siege by an entity of profound and ancient evil. While I grappled with this undeniable reality, my family's reactions were varied. Sarah, though terrified, tried to maintain a semblance of normalcy for the children, often dismissing my more frantic theories as stress-induced paranoia. Yet I saw the fear in her eyes, the way she flinched at sudden sounds, the way she would sometimes pause, listening intently to the silence. My children, too, experienced their own, more subtle manifestations. My youngest, Lily, would sometimes speak of a nice lady who sang to her at night, a detail that sent a shiver down my spine, echoing the Bell Witch's unpredictable nature and its instances of kindness towards Lucy Bell. This manipulative kindness towards another family member further isolated me in my understanding of the true threat, making me feel as though I was the only one who truly grasped the depth of the malevolence we faced. This strategic adaptation of folklore elements, while not a direct transplantation, ensured a compelling and terrifying narrative, one that was now irrevocably tied to the dark history of the Bell Witch. The stage was set, the entity's presence undeniable, and I knew with a chilling certainty that our quiet life in the Appalachians was about to become a deadly mistake. The escalating torment, the voice that knew our deepest secrets, and the terrifying red eyes in the darkness had pushed me to the brink. I was desperate, consumed by a frantic need for answers, a glimmer of understanding that might offer a path to escape. The farmstead, once our sanctuary, had become a cage, its walls echoing with unseen malevolence. I felt a growing, irrational compulsion to confront the entity, to meet it on its own ground, to force a resolution. Perhaps, I reasoned in my increasingly frayed state, if I ventured into the heart of its domain, I could somehow break its hold. This desperate, misguided impulse led me to make the gravest error of my life, the hiking trip. It wasn't a casual outing, it was a frantic, almost compelled act, a desperate gamble born of fear and a twisted sense of defiance. I chose a path that led deeper into the ancient woods, towards a part of the mountains I had only seen on old, faded maps. A place marked by a peculiar geological anomaly, the Pennsylvania salient, where immense, dense volcanic rocks had resisted the very forces that shaped these mountains, forcing the surrounding strata to fold around them. I believed, with a chilling certainty, that if there was a focal point for the malevolence, it would be there. This decision, I now know, was my deadly mistake. The atmosphere of the deep Appalachian woods was profoundly unsettling. The profound silence I had initially found peaceful now felt oppressive, absorbing all sound, leaving only the frantic beat of my own heart. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth, and that same acrid, foul odor I had smelled the night the red eyes appeared. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I felt an overwhelming, pervasive sense of being watched, a prickle in the back of my neck that never subsided. The trees, ancient and gnarled, seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for me. The path grew narrower, the light dimmer, until I was enveloped in a perpetual twilight, even though the sun was still high above the canopy. I pushed deeper, my breath ragged, my mind a maelstrom of fear and a desperate, almost suicidal resolve. As I neared the supposed salient, the entity's presence became overwhelmingly and overtly hostile. The faint whispers that had haunted our home transformed into guttural shouts, disembodied screams that echoed through the dense woods, seeming to come from all directions at once, tearing at the fabric of the silence. They were not words, not truly, but raw, primal sounds of pure malice, designed to shatter my composure. Then came the physical assaults. Rocks, unseen yet undeniably real, began to hurtle past my head, striking trees with sickening thuds. Branches snapped and fell around me, as if an invisible, colossal hand was tearing at the forest itself. I stumbled, scrambling over roots and rocks, my eyes darting wildly, trying to pinpoint the source of the attack, but there was nothing, only the oppressive, malevolent air. And then the hellhounds. They didn't just appear as glowing red eyes this time. I heard them first, a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the ground, followed by the heavy thud of unseen paws on the forest floor. The air grew colder, foul odor intensifying. Suddenly, two massive shadowy forms, barely discernible against the deepening gloom, burst from the undergrowth. Their eyes burned with that familiar, terrifying red glow, and I could hear their ragged breathing, feel the heat of their breath on my legs as they circled me. They were not spectral, they were tangible, their presence a crushing weight. They didn't attack directly at first, but herded me, pushing me deeper into a narrow ravine, cornering me against a sheer rock face. Their growls intensified, a chorus of predatory hunger. I could feel their hot breath, the brush of their coarse fur against my clothes. This was the peak of my scary personal experience, a direct, undeniable confrontation with the supernatural, far beyond mere observation. The entity, through its monstrous hounds, was physically interacting with me, mirroring the Bell Witch's escalation to physical assault, where it pulled hair and scratched the children with particular emphasis on Betsy, who was slapped, pinched, and stuck with pins. Trapped with the hellhounds closing in, the disembodied voice returned, no longer mocking, but a triumphant, chilling roar that filled the ravine. "You sought peace, Marcellus!" It shrieked, its voice 1,000 voices, echoing off the rock walls. "You sought quiet!" "You found me." It then began to reveal more secrets, not just mine, but those of my ancestors, details of their lives and deaths, their hidden shames and forgotten triumphs, all delivered with a malicious glee that suggested it had been watching, waiting for centuries. It was a torrent of invasive knowledge, a final, devastating psychological assault. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing myself against the cold rock, trying to block out the sounds, the smells, the overwhelming presence of pure evil. I don't know how long I stayed there, paralyzed by terror. Perhaps minutes, perhaps hours. The hellhounds snarled, their hot breath on my face. But they didn't strike. They were waiting, enjoying my torment. Then, as suddenly as it began, it ceased. The growls faded, the foul odor dissipated, and the oppressive silence returned, now more terrifying than before. I opened my eyes slowly. The ravine was empty. The red eyes were gone. I was alone, but not unscathed. My body ached, covered in unexplained bruises and scratches, as if I had been physically battered by unseen forces. My mind felt fractured, irrevocably altered. I stumbled out of the ravine, my legs trembling, and somehow, through a haze of shock and exhaustion, found my way back to the farmstead. The deadly mistake of that hiking trip left me with a lasting, chilling consequence. The entity is no longer confined to the farm. It is irrevocably tied to me. I see the fleeting shadows in my peripheral vision, even when I'm miles away from the house. I hear the whispers, faint but persistent, in crowded places, in the dead of night, always just beyond comprehension. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of those glowing red eyes in reflections, in the dark corners of my vision, a constant reminder of the hellhounds that cornered me. The peace we sought in the Pennsylvania Appalachians was a cruel illusion, shattered by an ancient malevolence that now follows me, a shadow that will never truly leave. I am sharing this account not for sympathy, not for answers, but as a warning, because I know, with a chilling certainty, that the horror continues, and I am merely living in its lingering aftermath. My name is Mark Ashton. By profession, I'm a software developer, a line of work that demands logic, order, and meticulous attention to detail. But by passion, I am a wilderness enthusiast. For years, I've sought out trails that promise genuine solitude, the kind that strips away the noise of modern life and tests the very core of one's self-reliance. It was this pursuit that led my gaze to the Donut Hole Trail in Pennsylvania. The DHT, as it's often called, whispered a siren song of untamed remoteness. 90 miles of rugged terrain, carving a path primarily through Sproul State Forest. Paralleling the west branch of the Susquehanna River, it had a reputation for being one of the most secluded routes in the state, a place where one could truly be alone with their thoughts and the ancient breath of the wilderness. The description spoke of some of the thickest, wooded areas in Pennsylvania, a premier wilderness experience that promised both breathtaking beauty and a significant challenge. My preparations were, as always, thorough. I spent weeks poring over maps, including the detailed DCNR topographical charts, cross-referencing trail descriptions, and planning my supply drops. My gear was top of the line, my pack meticulously organized. I've hiked challenging trails before, from the Rockies to the Appalachians, and I felt confident in my abilities. Perhaps too confident. There's a certain hubris in believing that any amount of planning can truly tame a place that has resisted human dominion for millennia. My desire for genuine solitude, for that raw, unfiltered connection with nature, was about to be granted in a way I could never have anticipated or desired. I chose to begin my journey from the Farrensville Trailhead, a gateway that lies a few miles outside of Loch Haven. As I drove closer, the sheer scale of Sproul State Forest began to assert itself. It's the largest state forest in Pennsylvania, a sprawling expanse of over 280,000 acres, a colossal green ocean stretching as far as the eye could see. There's a history to this land, a past of extensive logging in the 19th century that left it scarred and depleted before conservation efforts allowed it to regrow. Standing at its edge, I couldn't help but feel a subtle, almost imperceptible weight in the air, as if the land itself held a long, sorrowful memory. The initial beauty was undeniable. The trail, marked by faded red blazes, plunged into a world of expansive greenery, the air alive with the murmur of running streams and the rustle of unseen creatures. Yet, even in those first few hours, an undercurrent of unease began to prick at the edges of my awareness. There were stretches of woodland where the silence was too profound, too complete, as if the very birdsong was holding its breath. An odd chill would sometimes drift through the trees, even when the sun was warm on my face. Once, I caught a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, something dark and indistinct vanishing behind a thicket of rhododendrons. I dismissed it as a deer, or perhaps just a trick of the light. It's easy to rationalize such things when you're alone and your senses are heightened. The first few miles were a good challenge, the terrain varying from gentle inclines along old logging roads to steeper, rockier sections that got the blood pumping. I crossed a small, clear stream, its water gurgling over smooth stones, and recalled the warnings about exercising caution at water crossings, especially larger ones like Kettle Creek, which lay further ahead. It was near one of these smaller streams that I found the first truly unsettling thing. Tucked beside a moss-covered boulder, half hidden by ferns, was a child's shoe. It was small canvas and incredibly worn, the kind a toddler might wear. It was miles from any road or access point, a solitary, poignant enigma. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation, but a cold knot tightened in my stomach. A little further on, I noticed a carving on an ancient oak, just off the main trail. It wasn't a trail blaze, nor any hiker's graffiti I'd ever seen. It was a crude, deeply etched spiral, almost like an open mouth or a vortex. It felt wrong, ancient. I touched it, and the bark beneath felt unnaturally cold. The trail itself seemed to have moods. Some sections, particularly the old, wide logging roads, felt almost unnervingly easy, as if beckoning me deeper into the forest's embrace. Other parts were overgrown, the path barely discernible, forcing me to push through dense underbrush that snagged at my clothes. It was disorienting, and I found myself checking my map and compass more frequently than I'd anticipated. As dusk began to settle on that first day, casting long, dancing shadows through the canopy, I started looking for a suitable place to make camp. I found a small, secluded clearing a little way off the trail, relatively flat and sheltered by a ring of hemlocks. It was here, as the last light bled from the sky, that I experienced the first undeniable anomaly. I was filtering water when I heard it, a sound that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was an animal call, but like nothing I'd ever heard in the Pennsylvanian woods. It was deep, guttural, and carried a resonance that suggested immense size, something far larger than any black bear or elk. It echoed through the trees, then was abruptly cut short. A profound silence followed, a silence that felt heavier, more watchful than before. Later, as I was setting up my tent by the light of my headlamp, I noticed a patch of ground near the edge of the clearing. It was a near-perfect circle, about 10 feet in diameter, where all the vegetation was dead and brown, the soil beneath dark and strangely cold to the touch, despite the lingering warmth of the day. It looked as if something had leached the very life from that spot. The feeling of being watched, a vague unease that had flickered at the edges of my perception all day, now intensified, becoming a palpable pressure on my skin. I scanned the tree line with my headlamp, its beam cutting a swath through the encroaching darkness. Nothing. Then I heard it distinct, heavy footsteps, a deliberate crunching of leaves and snapping of twigs, just beyond the range of my light. Thump, crunch, thump, my heart hammered against my ribs. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy. "Is anyone there?" Only silence answered, a silence that now felt charged predatory. I felt an overwhelming sense of fear and dread, a primal terror that had no logical basis, but was utterly consuming. I retreated into my tent, zipping it shut with trembling hands. I tried to rationalize. The sounds, the dead patch of earth, perhaps a localized blight, an unusual animal I wasn't familiar with. But the explanations felt hollow, insufficient. As complete darkness enveloped the forest, the familiar nocturnal sounds, the hoot of an owl, the chirping of crickets, seemed to have vanished. In their place was either an unnatural, ringing silence or subtle, unidentifiable rustlings that seemed to emanate from all around me. I pulled out my GPS, intending to mark my campsite and check my progress. According to the device, I was a good half-mile further west than my planned route for the day. A landmark I'd been expecting to see that afternoon, a distinctive rock outcropping mentioned in my trail notes, had never materialized. A cold dread began to seep into me. My primary flashlight, a sturdy, reliable model I'd used for years, suddenly flickered and died, despite the fresh batteries I'd put in that morning. My backup worked, but the failure of my main light felt like another small piece of my carefully constructed security being chipped away. I lay there in the suffocating darkness, a profound sense of being utterly alone and terrifyingly vulnerable washing over me. The forest no longer felt like a neutral wilderness. It felt like a presence, ancient and aware. And then I heard it, so close to my tent, I could almost feel the vibration through the thin nylon. A low, soft growl, followed by the distinct sound of something heavy sniffing, deliberately, just outside. The sound was impossibly close, a wet, guttural snuffling that seemed to press against the thin nylon of my tent. Every instinct screamed at me to stay silent, to not even breathe. My blood had turned to ice water. This wasn't a bear. I've heard bears. Their curiosity is often clumsy, almost inquisitive. This was different. This felt methodical, predatory. The sniffing moved along the side of the tent, paused, then continued, a slow, deliberate investigation. I could hear the faint rasp of what sounded like coarse fur brushing against the fabric. I fumbled for my knife, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. The backup headlamp lay beside me, its beam feeling pitifully inadequate against the immense darkness I imagined just inches away. The silence between each sniff was a torment, stretching my nerves to their breaking point. Then a low growl rumbled, so deep it vibrated through the ground and into my sleeping bag. It wasn't the explosive growl of aggression, but something more possessive, like it had found what it was looking for. Suddenly, a heavy weight pressed against the side of the tent, causing the poles to groan and the fabric to bulge inwards, mere feet from my face. I stifled a cry, scrambling backwards, pressing myself against the opposite wall. The pressure remained for a long moment, accompanied by that awful, wet sniffing. I could smell it then, a rank, musky odor, like damp earth, and something else, something metallic and sickly sweet, like old blood. It was a smell that bypassed the nose and went straight to the primal fear center of my brain. Then, as abruptly as it began, the pressure eased. The sniffing stopped. I lay there, rigid for what felt like an eternity, listening. The forest outside was utterly silent. No crickets, no rustling leaves, nothing. It was the kind of silence that screams of danger. The silence of prey animals when a predator is near. After what must have been an hour, though it felt like a lifetime, I dared to peek through a tiny gap in the zipper. The moon had risen, casting a pale, ethereal glow over the clearing, but the shadows under the trees were absolute. I saw nothing, heard nothing. Sleep was impossible. I sat bolt upright, knife clutched in my hand, until the first gray light of dawn began to filter through the canopy. The moment it was bright enough to see, I cautiously unzipped the tent. The air was cold, heavy with dew. The circular patch of dead earth I'd noticed the previous evening seemed darker, more pronounced. And there, leading away from my tent and into the dense woods, were tracks. They were huge, larger than any bear print I'd ever seen, and oddly shaped, not quite canine, not quite feline, but something in between, with deep claw marks gouging the soft earth. They were also disturbingly intelligent in their placement, as if the creature knew how to move with a stealth that belied its apparent size. My stomach churned. The encounter hadn't been a dream, or an overactive imagination. Something unknown, something large had been right outside my tent. My carefully laid plans, my confidence had evaporated. The primary directive now was survival. I considered abandoning the hike, turning back towards Ferensville. But a quick check of my GPS, which thankfully decided to work again, showed I was significantly off my intended path, deeper into the forest than I'd realized. The landmark I'd missed yesterday, the rock outcropping, was nowhere near my current position according to the map. It was as if the trail itself had subtly, malevolently, rerouted me. The thought of backtracking through whatever had stalked me in the night was almost as terrifying as pressing on. I forced myself to eat, to go through the motions of breaking camp, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line, every snap of a twig sending a jolt of adrenaline through me. The forest felt different now. The beauty I'd admired the day before was still there, but it was overlaid with a sinister sheen. The ancient trees seemed less like stoic sentinels and more like silent, knowing observers. The gurgling streams sounded less like cheerful music and more like mournful whispers. As I pushed onward, trying to regain the correct trail, the unsettling occurrences continued. I found another of those strange spiral carvings, this time on a fallen log, freshly etched. It was identical to the one I'd seen on the oak, a symbol that felt viscerally wrong. Later, I passed through a section of forest where all the birdsong abruptly ceased. One moment the air was filled with chirps and calls, the next, an oppressive, unnatural silence descended, so thick I could almost feel it pressing on my eardrums. It lasted for perhaps half a mile. Then, just as suddenly, the birdsong resumed, as if a switch had been flipped. The trail, when I finally found what I believed to be it, was even more overgrown and difficult to follow than before. Red blazes were faded or missing entirely for long stretches. Several times, I found myself pushing through dense thickets of rhododendron and mountain laurel, the branches snagging at my clothes and pack, only to emerge into small, unnervingly still clearings that weren't marked on my map. In one such clearing, I saw a deer, frozen in place, staring intently at something deep within the woods, its entire body quivering. It wasn't looking at me. It was looking past me, its eyes wide with a terror I recognized. Then, with a panicked snort, it bolted, crashing through the undergrowth. The feeling of being watched was constant now, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck that never quite went away. I started talking to myself, a low murmur, just to break the oppressive silence and the feeling of isolation. I recounted stories from my childhood, listed state capitals, anything to keep the rising tide of fear at bay. Late in the afternoon, exhausted and demoralized, I stumbled upon something that made me stop dead in my tracks. It was a backpack, half buried in leaf litter at the base of a large hemlock, not far from what looked like a faint, disused game trail. It was an older model, faded and torn, definitely a hiker's pack. My heart hammered. I cautiously approached, using a stick to poke at it. It was heavy. With a surge of dread, I pulled it free. The buckles were corroded, the canvas mildewed. I forced one open. Inside, amongst rotting clothes and a moldy sleeping bag, was a water bottle, a tarnished compass, and a journal. The journal was damp, the pages warped and stuck together, the ink blurred in many places. But I could make out some entries. The handwriting was erratic, growing more frantic towards the end. The entries spoke of being lost, of strange sounds in the night, of a growing sense of dread. The writer mentioned feeling like they were being herded, that the trail kept shifting. One of the last legible entries read, "It knows I'm here. It's playing with me. The hunger, I can feel it in the trees and the soil. It's always hungry." A cold wave washed over me. This wasn't just a case of a hiker getting lost and succumbing to the elements. This was something else. This was what I was experiencing. The final page I could separate had only 2 words, scrawled in a desperate, almost illegible hand. "Don't look." I dropped the journal as if it were burning. I had to get out. Not just off the trail, but out of this entire accursed forest. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, and the thought of spending another night out here, knowing what I now knew, was unbearable. I looked at my GPS. It showed a Forest Service road supposedly about 2 miles to the east. It would be a brutal bushwhack, but it was away from the trail, away from whatever this place held. With renewed desperate energy, I plunged into the undergrowth, heading east. The terrain was nightmarish, a tangle of fallen trees, thorny bushes, and steep, slippery inclines. Darkness fell quickly in the dense woods, and soon I was relying entirely on my headlamp, its beam a small, fragile island in a sea of encroaching blackness. I must have been pushing through a particularly dense thicket when I heard it, a sound that froze me mid-stride. It was a soft, almost mournful cry like a weeping child. It seemed to come from somewhere ahead of me, deeper in the woods. My rational mind screamed that it was an animal, a bobcat perhaps, or a fox. But the sound was too human, too sorrowful, and then it was cut off by a sickening, wet tearing sound, followed by a low, contented growl. The same growl I'd heard outside my tent. I didn't think, I just ran. Blindly, recklessly, crashing through the forest, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my skin. I didn't care about the direction anymore. I just needed to get away from that sound. After what felt like an eternity, I burst out of the dense woods and onto something that felt different underfoot. Softer. I shone my headlamp down. I was standing on the edge of a vast, dark bog, the ground spongy and treacherous. Mist hung low over its surface, swirling in the faint breeze. And in the middle of the bog, barely visible through the mist, was a small, dilapidated cabin, a faint, flickering light visible in one of its windows. It wasn't on any map. It shouldn't have been there. But it was the only sign of shelter I'd seen for miles. And the sounds from the forest behind me were getting closer. The cabin stood silhouetted against the faint moonlight filtering through the mist. A single, flickering orange light in its lone window, like a malevolent eye. Every instinct honed by years of wilderness experience screamed at me to stay away, that this was wrong, a trap. But the sounds from the forest behind me, the heavy, deliberate crashing, the occasional low growl that vibrated through the soles of my boots, were growing closer. The bog was a treacherous unknown, but the cabin, however ominous, represented a structure, walls, perhaps a momentary reprieve. My breath hitched. The choice was between the definite, pursuing horror in the woods, and the potential, unknown horror of the cabin. I chose the unknown. The ground leading to the cabin was a quagmire. Each step was a gamble, the spongy earth threatening to suck my boots under. The air hung thick and cloying, heavy with the smell of stagnant water, decaying vegetation, and that same rank, musky, bloody odor I'd smelled outside my tent. It was stronger here, as if the bog itself was the source. Mist swirled around my knees, cold and damp, obscuring the path just a few feet ahead. I used my trekking poles to probe the ground, moving with agonizing slowness. Behind me, a guttural roar echoed through the trees, closer now, spurring me on. As I neared the cabin, I could see it was in even worse repair than I'd initially thought. The wood was blackened and rotting. Sections of the roof had caved in, and the porch sagged precariously. The light in the window flickered erratically, casting dancing, distorted shadows. It wasn't an electric light. It looked like a candle or an oil lamp. There were no other signs of life. No smoke from a chimney, no sounds from within. I reached the rickety porch, the wood groaning under my weight. The front door hung crookedly on one hinge. I pushed it gently. It swung inward with a mournful creak, opening into a single dark room. The flickering light came from a small, stubby candle on a crude wooden table in the center of the room. The stench inside was overwhelming, a concentrated version of the bog's miasma, mixed with something else, something acrid and chemical, like old, dried blood, and something else I couldn't quite place, something that made my eyes water. The room was small, bare, dirt floor, a broken chair in one corner, and strange, dark stains on the floorboards and walls. And then I saw the carvings. All over the wooden walls, etched deep into the decaying planks, were spirals, hundreds of them, some small, some large, overlapping, intertwining like a tapestry of madness. They were identical to the ones I'd seen on the oak tree and the fallen log. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a refuge. This was a focal point. "Hello?" I whispered, my voice hoarse. Silence. Only the drip of water from the leaky roof and the frantic thumping of my own heart. I took a hesitant step inside, my headlamp beam cutting through the gloom. That's when I noticed the far wall. It was different from the others. It looked newer, or at least less decayed, and there were no spirals on it. Instead, there was a single large, crudely drawn symbol and eye. An open, staring eye. A floorboard creaked behind me. I spun around, knife raised, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing. Just the open doorway and the swirling mist of the bog beyond. But the feeling of being watched, the oppressive presence that had dogged me for 2 days, was suffocatingly strong in this small, wretched space. I turned back to the wall with the eye. There was something tucked into a crack in the wood beneath it. A small, folded piece of paper, yellowed with age. With trembling fingers, I pulled it out. It was another page from a journal, the handwriting identical to the one I'd found in the abandoned backpack. The entry was short, frantic. "Led me here. The cabin. It's a mouth. It feeds the hunger. The spirals draw it in. The eye watches don't look at what comes. Don't look." The last words were underlined multiple times, fiercely, desperately. "Don't look." The warning from the other hiker. A sudden, deafening crash from outside made me jump. It sounded like a tree falling, but closer, much closer. Then, a sound that chilled me to the bone, that deep, guttural sniffing, right outside the cabin door. Thump, crunch, thump. The heavy footsteps were on the porch. Panic seized me. There was no other exit. The windows were boarded up from the outside or too small to crawl through. I was trapped. The door, already hanging precariously, was pushed inward with a violent shove, the remaining hinge tearing from the rotten wood. It crashed to the floor. Framed in the doorway, silhouetted against the misty bog, was a figure. It was enormous, easily 8 feet tall, and impossibly broad. Its shape was vaguely humanoid, but distorted, elongated, with limbs that seemed too long, ending in what looked like massive, clawed hands. Its head was disproportionately large, and even in the dim light, I could see 2 points of faint, red light that I knew were its eyes. The rank, bloody smell filled the cabin, choking me. It took a step inside, its bulk filling the doorway. A low growl rumbled from its chest, a sound that felt like it could shake the very foundations of the cabin. Don't look. The words screamed in my mind. I squeezed my eyes shut, dropping to my knees, pressing myself against the wall with the carved eye. I could hear it moving, the soft thud of its massive feet on the dirt floor, the rasp of its breath. It was slow, deliberate. The sniffing sound again, closer now, right in front of me. I could feel its presence, a wave of cold malice washing over me. I clenched my fists, fighting every instinct to open my eyes to see what was inches away from me. The journal entry, "Don't look at what comes." What did it mean? What would happen if I looked? The creature made a strange sound, a series of clicks and guttural chuffs. Then I felt a puff of hot, fetid breath on my face. It was right there. I could smell the decay, the old blood, the damp earth. My body trembled uncontrollably. This was it. This was how it ended. Time stretched became meaningless. I stayed there, eyes screwed shut, every muscle tensed, waiting for the inevitable. The sniffing continued, moving around me as if inspecting me. Then a long, drawn-out sigh, a sound almost of disappointment. Slowly, the oppressive presence began to recede. The heavy footsteps moved away, back towards the doorway. I heard it step back out onto the porch. Then the squelching sounds as it moved off into the bog. The sounds grew fainter, then disappeared altogether, swallowed by the mist and the night. I don't know how long I stayed there, huddled on the floor, eyes shut. It could have been minutes or hours. Eventually, the only sounds were my own ragged breathing and the incessant drip of water. Cautiously, I opened my eyes. The candle had burned down to a sputtering nub, casting long, eerie shadows. The cabin was empty. The door lay shattered on the floor. Through the opening, I could see the first, faint gray light of dawn beginning to pierce the mist over the bog. I had survived. Why? Why had it left me? Was it the closed eyes? The warning in the journal? I didn't wait to find out. Scrambling to my feet, ignoring the screaming protest of my muscles, I fled the cabin. I didn't look back. I plunged into the bog, not caring about the treacherous ground, driven by a primal need to escape. I half waded, half stumbled through the cold, murky water, the mist clinging to me like a shroud. Hours later, soaked, freezing, and on the verge of collapse, I stumbled onto a gravel road. It was a logging track, unmarked on my map, but it was a sign of civilization. I followed it for what felt like an eternity until finally I saw a battered pickup truck parked by the side. An old hunter, preparing for a day in the woods, looked at me with wide, startled eyes. He drove me back to Loch Haven. I didn't tell him the full story. How could I? Who would believe it? I just said I'd gotten terribly lost, had a rough couple of nights. I never went back to the Donut Hole Trail. I sold all my hiking gear. The wilderness I once loved now holds only terror for me. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I still smell that rank, bloody odor, hear that guttural sniffing. I wake up in a cold sweat, the image of those hundreds of spirals and that single, staring eye burned into my memory. The Donut Hole Trail has a hunger. I was lucky enough to escape its full attention, perhaps because I heeded a desperate warning from someone who wasn't so fortunate, but I know it's still out there, in the deepest, darkest parts of Sprout Forest, waiting, and it's always hungry. My trip was a deadly mistake, not because I died, but because a part of me was consumed by that ancient, unknowable hunger left behind in the suffocating silence of the Pennsylvania woods. My name is Kit. If you're reading this, it's because I managed to get some semblance of a signal, and I need someone, anyone, to know what happened. I need this story to exist outside of my own fractured memory. The idea for the trip was born out of celebration and a shared desire for escape. It was Liam's 25th birthday, and he wanted to do something memorable, something that wasn't just another night of overpriced drinks in a crowded city bar. He wanted to feel the earth under his boots and breathe air that didn't taste of exhaust fumes. Maya, his girlfriend of 2 years, was instantly on board. She's a photographer, always chasing the perfect landscape shot, and the Laurel Highlands hiking trail in Pennsylvania promised 70 miles of rugged, untamed beauty. Then there was Sam. Sam was our linchpin, the one who made the trip feel less like a reckless fantasy and more like a feasible plan. He grew up in a small town nestled in the foothills of the Allegheny Mountains, not far from the trail itself. He'd hiked portions of it since he was a kid and spoke of the ancient forests and sweeping vistas with a reverence that was contagious. It's old land. Man, he told us over beers one night, his eyes distant. It's got a soul. You can feel it. We were city kids, the three of us. We thought he was being poetic. We weren't complete amateurs. We'd done our share of weekend camping trips and day hikes. We had the right gear, a meticulously planned route, and enough freeze, dried meals to feed a small army. We spent weeks poring over maps, marking out our intended stops at the designated shelter areas, feeling the thrill of adventure build with every checklist we completed. In our minds, the greatest dangers we faced were blisters, bad weather, or maybe a curious black bear. We were tragically, laughably wrong. The first day was exactly what we had hoped for. We started at the trailhead in Ohiopyle, the sun warm on our backs, and the air crisp with the scent of pine and damp earth. The trail was challenging, a series of punishing ascents and rewarding descents that left our muscles aching in the best possible way. We joked, we sang off key, we marveled at the sheer scale of the wilderness around us. Ancient hemlocks and oaks formed a dense canopy high above, their massive trunks like the pillars of some great green cathedral. The world of concrete and deadlines felt a million miles away. We made camp that evening near the Grindle Ridge shelter area, about 8 miles in. We pitched our tents in a small clearing, boiled water for our meals, and watched as the setting sun painted the sky in fairy strokes of orange and purple. A profound sense of peace settled over me. This was it. This was the escape we had been craving. The sounds of the forest were a gentle symphony, the chirp of crickets, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the sigh of the wind through the leaves. But as the last vestiges of light bled from the sky, the symphony began to fade. It wasn't sudden. It was a gradual silencing, an eerie draining of sound that left a vacuum in its wake. The crickets stopped their chirping. The wind died, and the leaves hung unnervingly still. The forest, which had felt so alive just an hour before, was now holding its breath. We sat around our crackling campfire, the silence stretching between us, thick and uncomfortable. "Quiet tonight," Liam said, breaking the tension, though his voice sounded loud and intrusive in the stillness. Maya nervously scanned the wall of impenetrable darkness that encircled our small island of firelight. Too quiet. That's when I heard it for the first time. It was faint, almost imperceptible, a sound that seemed to snag at the very edge of my hearing. It was a whisper, a dry, sibilant hiss, like the sound of sand being scraped across stone. It wasn't the wind. It had a texture, a cadence that felt deliberate. It seemed to come not from one direction, but from all around us, woven into the very fabric of the oppressive silence. "You guys hear that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper itself. Liam strained to listen. "Hear what?" "I don't hear anything." But Sam's head was cocked, his brow furrowed. He had heard it too. His casual, easy-going demeanor had vanished, replaced by a tense alertness. Then, the second sound began. It was a low, resonant thudding, so deep I felt it in my chest more than I heard it with my ears. It echoed from somewhere deeper in the hills, a steady, rhythmic beat. Thump, thump, thump. It was methodical, patient. It was the sound of a drum. "Okay, what the hell is that?" Maya asked, her eyes wide. "Is that someone else out here? A party?" Sam shook his head slowly, his gaze fixed on the darkness. "There's no one for miles." He said, his voice low and serious. "The old stories. My granddad used to talk about them. He said some of the tribes that lived here never really left. That you can still hear their rituals echoing in the hills on nights like this." He was trying to sound dismissive, like he was sharing a spooky ghost story, but the fear in his eyes betrayed him. We fell silent, listening to the too impossible sounds, the dry, slithering whispers that seemed to be getting closer, and the distant, monotonous drumming that promised a long, sleepless night. The 70 miles of rugged beauty now felt like a trap. We were 8 miles in, Miles from any road, from any other human soul. The nylon walls of my tent, which I had earlier viewed as a cozy shelter, now seemed terrifyingly, hopelessly thin. The fire was dying, and as the flames shrank, the darkness crowded in, eager to reclaim the light. And from that darkness, the whispers continued, like secrets being passed between the ancient, watching trees. Sleep was not an option. Every time I drifted towards the edge of consciousness, a fresh wave of sibilant whispers would pull me back, my heart hammering against my ribs. The drumming was a constant, maddening metronome counting down to some unspeakable event. I lay perfectly still in my sleeping bag, straining to hear over my own ragged breathing. The whispers were changing. They were no longer just directionless hisses. They were taking on the shape of words, spoken in a language I didn't understand, but whose malice was perfectly clear. They twisted and coiled just outside the thin nylon wall, and I could almost feel the vibrations of them against the fabric. I wasn't the only one. I could hear Liam and Maya murmuring in their tent next to mine, their voices tight with fear. And from Sam's tent, there was only silence, a heavy, unnerving silence that was somehow worse than their fearful whispers. I imagined him lying awake, just like me, his eyes wide in the dark, haunted by the stories his grandfather had told him. The fire had long since died, and the darkness outside felt absolute, a living entity pressing in on our camp. Several times, I saw a shadow pass between my tent and Maya's, a flicker of movement that was too quick and too deliberate to be a trick of the light. I squeezed my eyes shut, pulling the sleeping bag over my head, a childish gesture that offered no real protection. The night stretched into an eternity. When the first gray light of dawn finally filtered through the trees, it felt less like a sunrise and more like a temporary ceasefire. The drumming had stopped, and the whispers had faded with the darkness. The silence they left behind was heavy with unspoken dread. No one wanted to be the first to leave their tent. It was Lamb who finally broke the spell, his zipper sounding like a gunshot in the morning stillness. "Everyone okay?" He called out, his voice rough from a sleepless night. We emerged one by one, pale and hollow-eyed. Maya looked as if she hadn't slept a wink, her hands trembling as she tried to light our small camp stove. Sam was the last to appear. The change in him was startling. The easy-going, confident guide from yesterday was gone. In his place was a man who looked hunted, his gaze constantly darting towards the tree line, as if expecting an attack. "We need to go," Maya said, her voice flat, back the way we came. "Now." "And say what?" Lamb countered, running a hand through his messy hair. "That we got spooked by some noises. It was probably just the wind, or some local kids messing with us." Even as he said it, his words lacked conviction. He hadn't seen the shadows. He hadn't heard the malice in the whispers. "That wasn't the wind, Lamb," Sam said, his voice a low growl. He walked to the edge of our clearing and pointed. "And that wasn't kids." We followed his gaze. There, carved into the smooth bark of a massive beech tree, was a symbol. It hadn't been there yesterday. It was a complex, spiral-like design that seemed to wreathe and twist, drawing the eye towards its center. It felt ancient and deeply wrong, like a sigil from a forgotten, malevolent religion. It radiated a quiet menace that made the hairs on my arms stand up. "Okay." Liam breathed, his bravado finally crumbling. "Okay." The discussion that followed was tense and fractured. Maya was adamant about turning back. Liam, shaken by the symbol, was leaning her way, but was clearly struggling with the idea of abandoning the trip being so excited about. It was Sam's reaction that decided it. "It doesn't matter which way we go," he said, his eyes still fixed on the symbol. "We're on their path now. Turning back might be worse." "What does that even mean?" Maya demanded, her voice rising in panic. "Their path." "The spirits, the old ones," Sam whispered, as if afraid to say the words too loud. "The stories say they guard this land. They don't like trespassers. They play with them. Hunt them. The drumming, it's to build their power. The whispers, they're meant to drive you mad before they even touch you. The symbols are markers. They've marked us." A cold fear, sharper and more real than anything I'd felt during the night, washed over me. This wasn't a ghost story anymore. This was happening. Despite the growing terror, Sam's logic, twisted as it was, made a horrifying kind of sense. We were 8 miles in. The nearest road was a long, grueling hike back. To turn back now with the knowledge that we were being watched and marked felt like running a gauntlet. The trail ahead, leading to the next designated shelter area, at least offered a clear path and the faint hope of safety in numbers should we encounter other hikers. It was a fool's hope, but it was all we had. We packed our camp in a frantic, clumsy haste, not bothering to make breakfast. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The forest no longer felt like a cathedral, it felt like a cage. The 70 miles of rugged beauty had become a 70-mile death march. The hike that day was a silent, paranoid ordeal. No one spoke. The only sounds were our heavy breathing and the crunch of our boots on the trail. The vibrant greens and browns of the forest seemed muted, as if a shadow had been cast over the entire landscape. I felt 1,000 unseen eyes on my back, and the air itself felt thick with a predatory anticipation. Late in the afternoon, we found the deer. It was lying just off the trail, its body contorted into an unnatural position. Its legs were broken, twisted at sickening angles. But that wasn't the worst part. Its antlers had been snapped off, and in their place, branches had been woven into its skull, mimicking the shape of new horns. And on its flank, carved deep into the hide, was the same spiral symbol we had seen that morning. It was a sacrifice, an offering, and a warning. We stood there, paralyzed by the grotesque tableau. This was beyond pranksters. This was a deliberate, ritualistic act of violence. The message was clear: you are weak. You are prey. This could be you. That image was burned into my mind as we practically ran the last mile to the next shelter at roaring run. We burst into the clearing, desperate for the sight of the three-sided wooden structure that promised some small measure of safety. The shelter was there, but it was not empty. Huddled in the far corner, his back to us, was a figure. He didn't move as we approached, and a new, terrible fear began to dawn. As we got closer, we saw that he was clutching something, a tattered map, and on the back of his worn jacket, drawn in what looked like white chalk, was a crudely rendered spiral. As if sensing our presence, the figure slowly, stiffly began to turn his head, and from deep within the darkening woods the sound began again. Thump, thump, thump. The drums were closer now. Much, much closer. Time seemed to fracture. The seconds stretched, each one a shard of ice against my skin. The figure in the corner of the shelter turned his head with a slow, grinding sound of vertebrae popping. It wasn't the movement of a living man. It was the stiff, marionette-like motion of something being controlled. When his face came into view, a choked gasp escaped my lungs. His skin was gray and taut over his skull like old parchment. But his eyes were gone. In their place were two dark, hollow sockets that seemed to drink the fading light from the clearing. They were voids of absolute nothingness, yet I felt a gaze from them, an ancient and malevolent awareness that pinned me to the spot. A low, guttural sound rasped from his throat, a wet, rattling noise that was a grotesque parody of the whispers we'd heard in the trees. He was trying to speak their language. He was one of them. Or at least, he was what they left behind. Maya's scream shattered the fragile silence. It was a raw, piercing sound of pure terror that finally broke our paralysis.
Ra.
I screamed, the word tearing from my own throat. We scrambled backward, tripping over our own feet, our packs feeling like anchors dragging us down. Liam grabbed Maya's arm, pulling her with him as we bolted from the shelter and plunged back into the woods. We abandoned the trail, crashing through ferns and thorny undergrowth, driven by sheer, primal panic. The drumming was no longer in the distance. It was all around us, a deafening, disorienting thunder that vibrated through the ground and up my legs. The whispers were back, but now they were sharp and clear, a cacophony of hateful, guttural phrases that clawed at the edges of my sanity. Shapes flitted in my peripheral vision. Tall, impossibly thin figures moving with an unnatural speed between the trees, their forms blurring in the twilight. They weren't chasing us, not yet. They were herding us, crawling us like livestock for a slaughter. "This way," Sam yelled, pointing to a ridge ahead. His face was a mask of grim determination. The fear was still there, but it was buried under a layer of something else, a desperate resolve. "We have to get to higher ground." We fought our way up the steep incline, branches whipping at our faces, rocks slipping under our boots. We were gasping for air, our lungs burning, but the terror was a merciless whip at our backs. As we reached the crest of the ridge, Sam suddenly stopped. He turned to face the woods we had just fled, his chest heaving. "Sam, what are you doing?" "Come on," Liam pleaded, turning back for him. "Go," Sam said, his voice strangely calm. He looked at us, and for a fleeting moment, I saw our friend again, the easy, going guide from what felt like a lifetime ago. The stories. My grandfather said you can't outrun them. You have to face them. You have to show them you have a spirit of your own. He took a deep breath and shouted into the darkening woods. The words were not English. They were harsh and syllabic, a language of stone and wind that I had never heard, a desperate incantation against the encroaching dark. "I can hold them off," he yelled back at us, not taking his eyes off the woods below.
"Get to the fire tower!"
"Go!" Before we could argue, a figure emerged from the tree line below him. It was taller than a man, skeletal thin, and its limbs were too long, bending at angles that were deeply wrong. As it stepped into the clearing, others followed. They were the shadows I had seen, the source of the whispers. They moved towards Sam, not with a rush, but with a slow, inevitable purpose. We saw Sam raise his hiking poles like spears. Then we heard his scream, a sound of agony and defiance that was abruptly cut short. The drumming, which had been a frantic thunder, stopped. A profound, horrifying silence fell over the forest, and in that silence we knew Sam was gone. Grief and terror propelled us forward. We ran, sobbing and stumbling, fueled by adrenaline and the image of Sam's last stand. The fire tower he'd mentioned became our only goal, a single point of hope in a world that had become a nightmare. We found it after another 10 minutes of frantic running, a skeletal iron structure rising from a rocky outcrop, its silhouette a stark black against the last bruised colors of the sunset. The stairs were rusted and rickety, groaning in protest under our weight as we scrambled up, one after another.
"Liam, Maya, and me."
That's all that was left. We climbed until we reached the small cabin at the very top, slamming the trapdoor shut and collapsing onto the dusty floor, our bodies shaking uncontrollably. For a moment, we were safe. We were 100 feet above the ground. We could breathe. Liam crawled to one of the grimy windows, peering down into the darkness. "I don't see anything," he whispered, his voice trembling. Maybe we lost them. I wanted to believe him. I clung to that sliver of hope with every fiber of my being. I crawled to the window next to him, my heart pounding, and looked down. The woods below were dark and still. The terrifying silence persisted, and then a single light flickered to life. A torch, then another, and another. Within minutes, the forest floor was dotted with dozens of moving flames. They weren't the tall, skeletal spirits. The torchbearers were people. Men and women in simple, drab clothing, their faces obscured by the flickering light. They moved with a chilling purpose, converging on the base of our tower. Among them, I saw a familiar figure. The man from the shelter, his empty sockets now seeming to glow with a faint, internal luminescence. He was no longer shuffling, he was striding, pointing up at us. As the crowd gathered below, they tilted their heads up, and in the combined glow of their torches, I could see their faces. Every single one was painted with the swirling spiral symbol. This wasn't a haunting. This wasn't ancient spirits. This was a cult. They were the ones who guarded this land. The drumming, the whispers, the sacrifices, it was all of them. They were the old ones. Then my blood ran cold. One figure stepped forward, holding his torch high to illuminate his face, a gesture of command. It was the friendly, smiling park ranger who had checked our permits at the Ohiopyle trailhead. His smile was gone, replaced by an expression of cold, righteous fury. A low groan echoed from below us as the first of them began to climb the iron stairs. Then more. The entire tower began to sway, the metal groaning under the collective weight. Liam threw himself onto the trapdoor, his weight a futile attempt to barricade it. Maya was curled in a corner, sobbing hysterically. I fumbled for my phone. 1 bar, a single precious bar of signal. I don't know if this will even go through. I don't know who will read it. But I can hear the splintering of wood from the trapdoor below me. I can feel the tower swaying more violently. They're coming. They are almost here. My name is Kit. We made a mistake. Please tell someone what happened on the Laurel Highlands Trail. Tell them not to. The wood is breaking. My name is Aurelius Thorne. It's a formal name, I know, a relic from a family that valued history and tradition above all else. Perhaps that's why I do what I do. I don't collect stamps or restore vintage cars. My passion lies in ruins. I seek out the forgotten corners of the world, the places that have been scrubbed from modern maps, but whose ghosts still linger in the whispering woods and crumbling foundations. I am an urban explorer, though my city is off in the wilderness, and my quarry is the ghost town. For me, it's a process of resurrection. Before I ever set foot on a trail, I spend weeks, sometimes months, in a digital library of my own making. I comb through historical archives, geological surveys, old newspaper clippings, and digitized census records. I piece together the life of a town, learning the names of its founders, the rhythm of its industry, the dates of its births and its deaths. I do this because to truly understand a place, you must know its story. And when I finally arrive, camera in hand, I'm not just a tourist. I'm a historian, a eulogist, a final witness to a life lived and lost. My next subject was Wareham, a name that tasted of iron and earth on the tongue. Tucked away in the dense forests of Indiana County, Pennsylvania, it was a key stop along what is now poetically called the Ghost Town Trail. Founded in 1901 by the Lackawanna Iron and Coal Company, Wareham was a boomtown in the truest sense. At its peak, it was a bustling community of over 2,000 souls. It had 250 company houses, a post office, a hotel, a company store, a bank, and even its own jail. It was a self-contained world, carved out of the wilderness to serve the ravenous appetite of the coal mines that burrowed deep into the earth beneath it. But the lifeblood of Wareham was also its poison. When the Great Depression struck and the mines were deemed unprofitable, the company pulled out. The town bled out almost overnight. By the late 1930s, it was empty. The forest began its patient, inexorable reclamation. My journey to Wareham began on a crisp October morning. The air was sharp, and the Appalachian Mountains were on fire with the colors of autumn. The drive itself was a descent into isolation. Paved roads gave way to gravel, which in turn narrowed into a dirt track that ended at a small parking area for the trail. Stepping out of my car, the silence was immediate and profound, broken only by the rustle of dry leaves skittering across the ground. I shouldered my pack, heavy with camera gear, water, and emergency supplies, and set off. The trail followed an old railroad grade, a wide, flat path that made for easy walking. For the first mile, it was just a beautiful hike. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold and shadow. But then the artifacts began to appear. First, it was subtle, a line of raised earth that was once a retaining wall, a scattering of rusted metal that could have been anything. Then I saw it. Standing just off the trail, half swallowed by trees, was the bank vault. It was exactly as the records described it, a monolithic block of poured concrete, its thick steel door long ago torn from its hinges and likely sold for scrap. It stood like a tombstone for the town's ambition, a concrete sentinel, as one old account had called it. I ran my hand over the cool, rough surface, imagining the fortunes, however modest, that it once protected. This was the heart of the town's commerce, now just a hollow cube of stone in the woods. Deeper in, guided by my GPS and a hand-drawn map I'd made from old property plats, I found the cemetery. It was a Russian Orthodox cemetery, a testament to the Eastern European immigrants who came here seeking a better life and found only back breaking labor in the dark. It was in a state of profound neglect. Headstones, etched with Cyrillic script, tilted at drunken angles, pushed askew by the slow, powerful heave of tree roots. Many were broken, their inscriptions rendered illegible by a century of acid rain and frost. I moved among them with a quiet reverence, the snapping of twigs under my boots sounding like gunshots in the stillness. A palpable sadness hung in the air, a sense of lives cut short and dreams left unrealized. I felt a distinct, prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the classic. I'm being watched. Feeling. I dismissed it as my imagination, the natural response to a lonely graveyard. Finally, I made my way to the site of the town proper. There wasn't much left. A few stone foundations, a collapsed smokestack, the ghostly imprint of streets now reclaimed by moss and ferns. But one structure, or what was left of it, still stood: the jail. It was little more than a pair of freestanding cells, the wooden building that once enclosed them having rotted away to nothing. They were cages of thick iron bars set into a concrete floor, roofed with corrugated metal that was now more rust than steel. They were built to hold the rowdy and the desperate, a final, grim resort in a town at the edge of civilization. This was my primary goal. Freestanding jail cells in the middle of the woods were a rare and photogenic find. I unpacked my camera, the familiar weight and feel of it a comfort in my hands. I began to shoot, framing the bars against the backdrop of the dying autumn light. I documented every angle, every detail of the rust, eaten locks, and the graffiti scarred into the concrete by generations of hikers who had come before me. I was completely absorbed in my work. My focus narrowed to the viewfinder of my camera. It was a sound that did not belong. Not the sigh of the wind, not the chatter of a squirrel, not the groan of a tree branch. It was a man-made sound, a sharp, definitive metallic seal-edge. My head snapped up. The sound had come from directly in front of me. It was the sound of a heavy steel door hitting its frame. The sound of a jail cell door slamming shut. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered against my ribs. My breath hitched in my throat. I stood frozen, every muscle tensed, straining my ears against the sudden, crushing silence that followed. There's no one here, I told myself. The trail was empty. I hadn't seen another soul for hours. It was the wind. A branch fell. My mind was playing tricks on me. And then, from inside the cell to my left, the one whose door I had just heard slam, came a second sound. It was quiet, but unmistakable in the stillness. A dry, rattling, and deeply human cough. Time ceased to function. The world narrowed to the space between me and the rusted iron bars. The cough had been thin, papery, but undeniably real. It scraped the inside of my skull, a sound that didn't belong in the clean, crisp autumn air. My training, my methodical nature, my carefully constructed walls of logic, they all crumbled into dust. This wasn't a historical remnant, it was an active presence. My first instinct, born of pure animal terror, was to run. To turn and sprint back down the trail, not stopping until the gravel was under my tires, and the ghost town was a bad memory in my rearview mirror. But I was paralyzed. My boots felt like they were bolted to the forest floor. The historian in me, the part that drove me to these desolate places, waged a desperate war against my survival instinct. I had to know. I had to see. My camera was still in my hands, a dead weight. I thought about raising it, using the telephoto lens to peer into the shadows of the cell without getting any closer. It seemed like a coward's tool, a way to put a barrier of glass and technology between myself and the impossible thing that was breathing in that cage. But my hands were shaking so violently I doubted I could hold it steady. "Hello," I called out, my voice a pathetic crackle that the forest swallowed instantly. "Someone in there, are you okay?" The stupidity of the question was staggering. Whoever or whatever was in there was locked in a century-old jail cell in the middle of a forest. Of course, they weren't okay. Silence answered me. A heavy, expectant silence. The sun was beginning to dip lower, and the shadows cast by the trees grew long and skeletal, stretching like grasping fingers towards the cells. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees. I could see my own breath misting in the air, but the cough had been dry. Utterly, unnaturally dry. Taking a breath that felt like swallowing shards of ice, I forced my legs to move. One step. Then another. I crept towards the cell on the left, my pack digging into my shoulders, every rustle of my jacket sounding like a scream. The cell door was, as I had heard, closed. It wasn't latched, but it was flush against the frame. There was no wind. Nothing could have moved it. I reached the bars, my knuckles white as I gripped my camera. I peered into the gloom. The interior was small, a concrete box maybe 6 feet deep. At first, I saw nothing but darkness and the litter of fallen leaves. But as my eyes adjusted, a shape began to resolve itself in the far corner. It was a man, or the shape of one. He was sitting on the floor, his back against the concrete wall, knees drawn up to his chest. He was a silhouette, a void in the deeper darkness, completely still. I couldn't make out his face or his clothes, only his form. He was thin, emaciated, a collection of sharp angles and hollows. A deep, primal wrongness radiated from him, a stillness that wasn't peaceful but predatory. He wasn't resting. He was waiting. "Who are you?" I whispered, the words barely audible. "How did you get in there?" The figure did not move. It didn't even seem to breathe. The air in the cell was dead and cold. My mind raced through my research on Wareham. The jail was mostly used for drunk and disorderly minors, held overnight to sleep it off. But there were darker stories. One from a yellowed 1913 newspaper clipping spoke of a miner named Piotr, a recent immigrant who had led a failed attempt to unionize. He was arrested on trumped-up charges of assault after a brawl with company enforcers. He was thrown in this jail. According to the official record, he hanged himself in his cell 2 days later. His family always claimed he was murdered, his body left as a warning to others. Was this him? A ghost trapped in the place of his final, terrifying moments. As if in answer to my thought, the figure moved. It was a slow, unnatural motion, not like a man getting to his feet, but like a puppet being pulled by unseen strings. His head lifted, and though I could see no features, no eyes, no mouth, I felt his gaze lock onto me. It was a feeling of immense pressure, of being scrutinized by something ancient and malevolent. Then he spoke. His voice was not the dry cough from before. It was a low, rasping whisper that seemed to come from the very stones around me, yet it was aimed directly at my soul. Aurelius. The sound of my own name, spoken in that place by that thing, shattered the last of my composure. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact. It knew me. It had been waiting for me. The historical puzzle, the ghost story, it all evaporated, replaced by a single blinding realization I was prey. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, and not a pure terror. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and falling hard onto the damp earth. My camera flew from my grasp, landing with a sickening crack. I didn't care. I scrambled away on my hands and knees, crab walking through the dirt and leaves, my eyes still fixed on the black silhouette now rising slowly, deliberately, to its feet within the cage. It was impossibly tall and thin, its limbs seeming to stretch and elongate in the twilight. It raised one long arm and pointed a finger at me, a gesture of accusation, of damnation. I found my feet and ran. I didn't look back. I fled through the ruins of Wareham, the ghosts of the town now the least of my concerns. The forest, which had been a place of beauty and discovery, was now a labyrinth of grasping branches and menacing shadows. Every rustle of leaves was the sound of it pursuing me. Every hoot of an owl was its voice, whispering my name on the wind. I could feel its cold gaze on my back, a physical weight that drove me onward. The 2 miles back to the trailhead felt like 100. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't slow down. Finally, I burst from the trees into the small clearing where my car was parked. The sight of it, solid and real under the last vestiges of daylight, was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I fumbled for my keys, my shaking hands barely able to fit the key in the lock. The door clicked open and I threw myself inside, slamming it shut and locking it. For a moment I just sat there, gasping for air, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. I was safe. I was in a sealed metal box. It couldn't get to me. My eyes scanned the tree line, expecting to see the tall, dark figure emerge from the woods. But there was nothing, just the trees and the deepening twilight. Had I imagined it all? a waking nightmare brought on by the isolation and the atmosphere of the place. My gaze fell to the passenger seat, where I had tossed my backup camera before starting my hike. My main camera was still back there, broken on the ground in front of that cursed cell. But maybe I wasn't just imagining things. I needed to get out of there. I jammed the key in the ignition and turned. The engine sputtered and died. I tried again. A sickly grinding noise, then silence. The battery was dead, and from the woods, just beyond the edge of the parking lot, I heard it again. A dry, rattling cough. It was closer now. Much, much closer. The dry, rasping cough sliced through the car's steel and glass, shattering the fragile hope that this was all in my head. It was there, at the edge of the lot, cloaked in the encroaching darkness, and it was coming for me. Instinct took over. I twisted the key again and again. The pathetic grinding of the starter whined briefly before falling silent, leaving only the frantic drumming of my own heart in the suffocating quiet. I slammed my fists on the steering wheel in a fit of helpless rage, the dull thud seeming more like an invitation than a deterrent. I hit the power lock button. The 4 simultaneous clicks were a useless ritual, but it was the only act of defense I could muster. I stared at the tree line, my eyes straining against the gathering dark. And then I saw it. It stepped from the shadows, not with a human walk, but with a fluid, unnatural glide, as if it hovered just inches above the ground. The tall, thin silhouette from the cell was now fully visible in the day's last light. It had no face, just a deep, featureless void of absolute black beneath the dome of what should have been its head. Its limbs were too long, moving with the jerky, unsettling twitch of an insect, yet possessing a horrifying grace. It was in no hurry. It knew I had nowhere to go. Fear turned to ice in my veins as it moved across the gravel lot toward my car. It didn't look directly at me, but rather surveyed the vehicle, like a predator assessing the trap its prey had cornered itself in. I shrank back against the driver's side door, trying to make myself as small as possible, my mind screaming words that my throat couldn't form. It stopped beside the driver's side door, mere inches of glass separating us. Its tall frame blocked out the remaining light, plunging the car's interior into near total darkness. I held my breath, feeling a palpable cold radiate from its presence, a cold that caused a small circle of frost to bloom on the window where it stood. Then, slowly, it raised one of its long, spindly arms. Its twig-like fingers touched the glass gently. There was no tap, no scrape. But I felt the vibration through the glass, through the door, and into my very bones. The frost spread rapidly from its point of contact, a miniature winter blooming in an instant. And then I heard the whisper again, not from outside the car, but inside my own head, as clear as if it were sitting beside me, Aurelius. This time, it wasn't just my name. It was a tasting, a claiming. It was unspooling me from the inside out. I had to get out. Being in this car was like waiting in a coffin. My thoughts shifted from the fantasy of the engine, starting to the logistics of escape. My eyes darted to my pack on the passenger seat. My phone was in there, but I knew it was a useless brick. No service for miles. But there was something else. My flashlight. A high lumen tactical flashlight I always carried for exploring dark basements and tunnels. It was bright enough to cause temporary blindness. It was my only chance. I took a shaky breath, summoning every ounce of courage I had left. A desperate plan formed. I would throw the door open, shove it as hard as I could, and blast the flashlight into what passed for its face. I prayed it would be enough to stun it, to buy me a few seconds to run. It was a stupid, suicidal plan, but it was better than sitting here waiting to be collected. My hand went to the door handle, the plastic cold to the touch. I glanced at the shape one last time. It stood perfectly still, its fingers still pressed against the now opaque, frosted glass. I said a silent prayer to any god that might be listening, and I moved. I unlocked and threw my weight against the door. The heavy panel slammed into the creature's form, but it barely had an effect. It just swayed slightly, like a tree in the wind. I launched myself out of the car, grabbing the flashlight from the side pocket and thumbing it on. A blinding white beam cut through the darkness, and hit the creature dead on? I expected a shriek, a recoil. I got neither. For the split second the light struck it, the void that served as its face dissolved, revealing what lay beneath, and it was 1,000 times worse than emptiness. There were no eyes, no nose, no mouth. There was a swirling vortex of shadow and tormented faces that appeared and vanished, as if it were constructed from the pain and despair of every life lost in this place. The faces of forgotten miners, of sickly children, the face of Piotr, hanged in that very cell, all twisting in a silent, eternal chaos. A scream was caught in my throat, but my body reacted before my mind could. I turned and ran for my life. Not back down the trail, but onto the gravel road that had led me here. The darkness was total, but terror was my fuel. I didn't hear footsteps behind me, but I heard something else. Something far more horrifying than a dry cough. It was the scrape of something dragging against the gravel, the sound of dry fabric tearing. It was the sound of the thing elongating itself, changing its form, giving chase in the blackness of the Pennsylvania woods. I kept running away from the forgotten town and the thing that should not be, running into the endless dark of the night. My name is Emrys, and I have a particular affliction. I don't call it a hobby, and it's certainly more than a passion. It's a deep, gnawing hunger for places that have been forgotten by time. I'm a photographer, and my subjects are the ghosts of buildings. The skeletal remains of factories, the hollowed out shells of asylums, and the lonely, derelict structures that stand like monuments to a past no one cares to remember. My friends call it urban exploration, or Orbex. For me, it's a form of communion. I find a strange, silent beauty in decay, a story in every peeling strip of wallpaper, and every pane of shattered glass. This compulsion is what led me to the heart of Pennsylvania, to a place whispered about in online forums, and marked on old, forgotten maps, the little flat lookout tower in Rothrock State Forest. The tower wasn't just another ruin, it was a legend. Built in 1922, it was a 60-foot sentinel of steel erected on a lonely ridge to watch for the first tendrils of forest fires. For decades, a warden lived a solitary life in a small cabin at its base, his only companion the vast, unending sea of trees. But the tower was decommissioned in the 1970s. The warden left, the cabin was boarded up, and the forest began its slow, relentless work of reclaiming its own. For years, I'd obsessed over it. I'd seen the handful of photos that existed online, grainy images of a rusted metal skeleton piercing the sky, its top cab a vacant eye socket staring out over the rolling hills. It was isolated, difficult to reach, and officially off limits. It was perfect. The stories said the warden's cabin was still there too, slowly surrendering to the elements. The thought of capturing them both, the tower and its silent companion, under the bruised purple light of dusk, was an itch I had to scratch. The drive to the trailhead took hours. Winding through rural roads that grew narrower and more rugged the deeper, I went into the state forest. By the time I parked my car, the afternoon sun was already casting long, skeletal shadows through the trees. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, and a profound silence pressed in on all sides, broken only by the rustle of leaves in the wind. The hike itself was more brutal than I'd anticipated. A steep, unrelenting climb over rocky, root-choked ground. My camera bag felt like it was filled with lead, and my lungs burned with the effort. More than once, I had the unnerving sensation of being watched. I'd stop, catch my breath, and scan the dense woods around me. I'd see nothing but the deep green and brown of the forest, but the feeling persisted. A cold prickle on the back of my neck that wasn't from the autumn chill. I dismissed it as paranoia, the product of an overactive imagination in an unfamiliar place. It's a common feeling when you're alone in the wilderness. It's just your brain playing tricks on you. That's what I told myself. After what felt like an eternity, I saw it. Through a break in the trees, a lattice of rusted steel clawed at the sky. The little flat lookout tower. It was more magnificent and more menacing than any photograph could convey. It stood on a small, windswept clearing, defiant against the elements. The rust wasn't a uniform brown, but a mottled tapestry of orange, red, and deep umber. The cabin stood 100 feet away, its roof sagging, its windows dark and empty like a skull's eye sockets. I approached the tower first, my heart thudding with a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. I ran my hand over the cold, rough steel of a support beam. It felt solid and ancient. The first flight of stairs was missing, a common deterrent to keep people from climbing. But I had come prepared. I'd brought a small rope ladder, and after a few tense minutes of securing it, I was on the first landing. The climb was terrifying and beautiful. With each step, the metal stairs groaned a mournful protest under my weight. The wind picked up the higher I got, whistling through the steel framework and tugging at my jacket. I didn't dare look down. I focused on the step in front of me, the rhythm of my breathing, and the goal waiting at the top. When I finally pulled myself into the small cab, the world opened up. The view was staggering, an unbroken 360-degree panorama of the Appalachian Mountains. Ridge after ridge rolled away into the distance, their slopes painted in the fiery colors of late autumn. The sun was a molten gold coin, sinking below the horizon and setting the sky ablaze. This was it. This was the moment I'd come for. I unpacked my camera and began to shoot, frantically trying to capture the fleeting magic of the twilight. The light changed with every passing second, the vibrant oranges and reds deepening into bruised purples and inky blues. As the last sliver of sun vanished, a deep, profound darkness began to settle over the forest, swallowing the details of the landscape until only the silhouettes of the ridges remained against the fading sky. It was then, as I was packing a lens away, that I saw it. A flicker of light. It came from the warden's cabin below. I froze, my hand hovering over my camera bag. It wasn't a reflection. It was a warm, yellow, wavering light, like that of a kerosene lantern, shining from one of the cabin's dark windows. My blood ran cold. The cabin was supposed to be empty, abandoned for half a century. Maybe it was other hikers, other explorers. But who would be foolish enough to be out here after dark? My mind raced through a dozen rational explanations, each one feeling thinner and more desperate than the last. As I stared, my breath held tight in my chest. The light moved away from the window, plunging the cabin back into absolute darkness. A moment later, the cabin door creaked open. The sound, faint as it was, carried clearly on the wind, a long, drawn-out groan of rotten wood. A figure emerged. It was just a silhouette against the slightly less black backdrop of the trees, but it was tall, unnaturally so. It stood motionless for a long moment, a black cutout of a man, its head seemingly tilted up, looking directly at the tower, directly at me. Then it began to move. It crossed the clearing with a slow, deliberate stride, heading for the base of the tower. I stood paralyzed in the cab, a block of ice in my veins. This wasn't a hiker. This wasn't another photographer. My rational mind screamed at me to call out, to say something, but my throat was closed, my tongue a leaden weight in my mouth. It reached the base of the tower and stopped, and then I heard it, a sound that will haunt me until the day I die. G-R-O-A. It was the sound of the steel stairs, the same mournful protest they had made under my own weight. But this was different. It was heavier, slower. Grin. The figure was climbing. Something was climbing the stairs, step by laborious step, coming up through the darkness towards me. Every metallic groan was a hammer blow to my chest. Time seemed to stretch into an eternity between each heavy, deliberate footstep. My thoughts seized. Every muscle locked. All that existed was the Giaron, a rhythmic, impending doom climbing steadily closer. Giaron. It was nearer now. I could feel the faint vibrations through the steel floor of the cab, up through the soles of my shoes. The entire tower seemed to sigh under a weight it was never meant to bear. Not the weight of a man, but something oppressive, fundamentally wrong. Primal survival instincts screamed at me to do something, anything. But what? I was trapped in a steel box 60 feet off the ground, with only one way down, and that way was currently being ascended. I sank to the floor as silently as I could, shuffling backwards until my spine was pressed against the far wall. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely clench them into fists. I tried to control my breathing, terrified that even the sound of my own respiration would give me away. The darkness in the cab was my only ally, and I prayed it would swallow me whole, render me invisible to whatever was coming. The smell, that was the next thing I noticed. It crept into the cab, a musty odor of damp earth and rotting leaves, like a cellar that had been sealed for decades. But there was something else under it, a faint, cloying sweetness that turned my stomach, the smell of decay. It was right outside, on the final landing just beyond the cab door. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was 1,000 times more terrifying. I could hear the wind whistling through the steel lattice of the tower and the frantic, drumming beat of my own heart. I held my breath, waiting. Click, the sound of the doorknob slowly turning. I thanked whatever God was listening that I had thrown the rusty bolt when I first entered. The knob turned to its limit, then back. A pause. For a wild, hopeful moment, I thought it might give up, that it might leave. That hope was shattered instantly. The entire door rattled in its frame. I flinched violently, clapping a hand over my mouth to stifle a cry. Tud! The impacts were heavy, methodical. This wasn't the frantic pounding of an angry person. These were the dead, mindless impacts of a battering ram, of something simply applying force again and again. The rusted door began to buckle, the old bolt groaning in protest. I knew, with sickening certainty, that it wouldn't hold for long. Adrenaline surged through me, breaking the paralysis. I had to get out. But where? My eyes darted around the tiny cab. The glass in the windows was mostly gone, leaving gaping voids. I crawled silently to the window opposite the door, my heart a painful, throbbing thing in my chest. I peered cautiously over the edge. The darkness was nearly absolute, but a sliver of moon had crested the ridge, casting a faint, silvery light on the structure below. And then I saw it, my rope ladder still dangling from the first landing. It was a terrifying, beautiful sight, my only way out. But to get to it, I would have to climb out of the cab, dangle 60 feet in the air, and make my way down the slick, rusted framework, hoping that the thing outside didn't notice.
See her edge?
A new sound accompanied by a sickening shriek of tearing metal. I glanced at the door and saw a visible split forming along the edge. I was out of time. I made the decision in a split second. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I swung one leg over the windowsill. The cold of the steel bit through my jeans. A gust of wind slammed into me, trying to tear me from my perch. My knuckles were white as I gripped the window frame, slowly bringing my other leg out. I was outside the tower now, held from a fatal drop only by my grip. The pounding on the door stopped. An awful, pregnant silence fell. I froze hanging there, straining my ears for any sign that I'd been heard. The cab door swung inward with a tortured screech. I didn't dare look. I just squeezed my eyes shut, picturing the tall shape stepping into the empty cab. Looking around and realizing its prey was gone, I forced myself to move. My trembling hand searched for purchase on the outer frame. My fingers found a rusted bolt head and locked onto it. I released one hand from the window and moved it down to a lower crossbeam. Each movement was a gamble. I descended the side of the tower like a spider, every muscle screaming in protest. I didn't look down. I didn't look up. I just focused on the next handhold, the next foothold. When I reached the level of the first landing, I swung myself inward, landing hard on the grating. I lay there for a second, gasping, pain flaring through my body, but it was overwhelmed by a tidal wave of relief. I had made it. I was out of the trap. I scrambled towards the rope ladder, but before I could begin my descent, I heard a sound from above. A faint scraping noise, metal on metal. Slowly, my heart sinking into the pit of my stomach, I looked up. In the dim moonlight, I saw it. The black silhouette was climbing out of the cab's window, just as I had done, but it moved with a horrifying confidence. No hesitation, no fear. It flowed down the outer framework with an unnatural silence and speed, coming for me. For a heartbeat, I was paralyzed by the sight of it. The way it moved wasn't human. It descended the steel lattice with the fluid grace of a hunting cat, its long limbs finding purchase with an eerie certainty in the dark. There was no hesitation, no fumbling, just a silent, downward flow. The moonlight caught its form just for a second, and my mind recoiled from what it saw, or thought it saw. The silhouette was too thin, its joints bending at angles that felt subtly wrong. That single moment of stunned horror was all I could afford. I threw myself at the rope ladder, my hands grabbing the rough, weathered rope so hard I felt the skin tear on my palms. I didn't climb down, I half fell, half slid, letting gravity do most of the work. The rope burned my hands, and the ladder twisted violently, swinging me out into the empty air before slamming me back against the cold steel of the tower's legs. I ignored the pain, my gaze fixed on the forest floor below, a black, indistinct patch of salvation. Above me, I heard a soft thump as the creature landed on the same platform I had just vacated. I risked a glance upward. It wasn't at the ladder. It was simply standing at the edge of the grating, looking down at me. I couldn't see its face, only the void of its silhouette against the star-dusted sky. Then it dropped. It didn't jump, it didn't climb. It simply dropped from the platform, using its long arms to catch a lower crossbeam, breaking its fall with a liquid smoothness that defied physics. It was covering the distance in a fraction of the time it was taking me. Panic gave me a fresh burst of strength. I practically leaped the last 10 feet, letting go of the ladder and crashing into the undergrowth below. The impact jarred every bone in my body. I landed hard on my shoulder, a searing pain shooting through my arm, but I didn't scream. I scrambled to my feet, tasting blood and dirt, and ran. I ran blindly, crashing through the forest with no sense of direction, my only guide the instinct to put as much distance as possible between myself and the tower. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my skin and clothes. I stumbled over unseen roots, my ankles twisting, my lungs burning as if filled with fire. The sounds of the forest at night, which had seemed so peaceful just hours before, were now filled with menace. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Behind me, I could hear it. There were no heavy footfalls, no gasping breaths. There was only the sound of something moving through the woods with impossible speed and silence. A series of soft, rapid rustlings that were always just a little too close. It wasn't chasing me like a man would. It was hunting me. I was prey. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes stretched into an eternity of burning lungs and aching limbs. I dared to look over my shoulder and saw a flash of movement between the trees. A flicker of black that was faster than any animal I knew. It was gaining on me effortlessly. I pushed myself harder, my vision tunneling, the trees on either side blurring into a solid wall of darkness. I was sobbing now, ragged, desperate gasps for air. I knew I couldn't keep this up. My body was failing. Just as my legs were about to give out completely, I burst through a thicket of bushes and into a small clearing, and my heart stopped. I was back where I started. There, looming in the moonlight, was the warden's cabin. In my panicked, circular flight, I had led myself right back to the creature's den. For a second, I considered veering back into the woods, but I knew it was hopeless. The forest was its domain. In the cabin, there was a door, a wall. It was a terrible choice, like a mouse running back into the snake's nest, but it was the only choice I had. The rustling in the woods behind me grew louder, closer. Without another thought, I sprinted across the clearing to the sagging porch. I grabbed the old iron handle on the cabin door and pulled. It resisted, stuck in its frame. I threw my entire body weight against it, pain flaring in my injured shoulder. With a groan of tortured wood, the door flew open, and I stumbled inside into a wall of suffocating blackness. I slammed the door shut behind me, fumbling in the dark for a lock, a bolt, anything. My fingers found a heavy wooden bar, and with a surge of adrenaline, I managed to lift it and drop it into its iron brackets. I was safe. For now. I leaned against the door, my body trembling uncontrollably, listening. There was no sound of pursuit, no pounding on the door, only silence. My eyes slowly adjusted to the gloom inside. The air was thick with that same smell from the tower, the smell of damp earth and rot, but it was 100 times stronger here. Moonlight filtered weakly through a grimy window, illuminating a single room. It was a scene of utter decay. A rotted table, an overturned chair, a crumbling stone fireplace filled with debris, and on the table, a single object that didn't belong. A kerosene lantern. The glass was clean, the brass polished, and it was warm to the touch. My gaze was drawn from the lantern to the floor. In the thick layer of dust that covered everything, there were tracks, not boot prints. They were long, narrow, and bare. They led from a dark corner of the cabin to the door, and back again. Then I heard it, a sound from directly outside the door. It wasn't a roar or a growl. It was a voice. But it was a voice stretched and distorted, like a recording played at the wrong speed. A sound that was both high and low at the same time. A wet, guttural whisper that scraped its way through the wood of the door and into my very soul. It spoke a single word. Emrys. My name is Dr. Silas Thorne. It's a formal title I rarely use outside of academic circles, but it's relevant here. It speaks to a lifetime dedicated to a single pursuit, geology. To me, the world isn't just soil and stone, it's a grand, violent, and beautiful narrative written in layers of rock over eons. My PhD dissertation focused on the geomorphological impact of preglacial lakes during the Laurentide ice sheet's retreat. In simpler terms, I study the scars left on the Earth by the colossal forces of melting glaciers. This obsession, this need to place my hands on the very bones of the world, is what brought me to the Pine Creek Gorge. Most people know it by its tourist-friendly moniker, the Grand Canyon of Pennsylvania. It's a stunning gash in the Allegheny Plateau, nearly 50 miles long and in places 1,000 feet deep. It's a place of breathtaking vistas, popular with families, cyclists, and casual hikers who stick to the well-maintained rail trail that snakes along the creek bed. But the beauty they see from the overlooks is a sanitized version of the truth. The gorge was not born of gentle artistry. It was violently gouged from the earth as a monstrous, continent-spanning wall of ice melted and unleashed a torrent of water that dwarfed any modern river. The rock itself is ancient, Devonian period sandstone and shale, 380 million years old, stacked in layers that hold the secrets of a world before dinosaurs, before birds, before the first flower. For millennia before European settlers arrived, these steep, forested slopes and the winding creek were a highway and a home for Native American peoples. Their presence is a quiet whisper in the historical record, a ghost in the ancient woods. It was this intersection of deep time, the geological and the human, that captivated me. My goal was not to bike the rail trail or snap photos from a designated viewpoint. I was seeking something raw, an uncurated glimpse into the gorge's heart. My research led me to topographical maps of a particularly remote section in the Tidaton State Forest, a narrow, twisting passage far from any marked path, where the creek was forced between towering cliffs. It was a place noted for its unusual erosional patterns and exposed rock strata, a geologist's paradise. It promised a conversation with the past, and I was eager to listen. The hiking was arduous, more so than I anticipated. I left the civilized world of gravel paths and informational plaques behind, my SUV parked miles away at a designated trailhead. The initial descent from the rim was a controlled slide down a steep, leaf-littered embankment, clutching at laurel roots and saplings for balance. Once in the valley, the real work began. There was no trail here, only the faintest suggestion of game paths that evaporated as quickly as they appeared. I scrambled over moss, slick boulders the size of small cars, and pushed through dense, suffocating thickets of rhododendron, their waxy leaves slapping against my face. The air, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying wood, was alive with the drone of insects and the chattering of unseen birds. The creek, my only guide, gurgled and rushed beside me, its water clear and cold over a bed of rounded, multicolored stones. For hours, it was exactly what I wanted. It was strenuous, isolated, and utterly magnificent. I stopped frequently, not just to rest, but to work. I chipped away at rock outcroppings with my hammer, the sharp clink echoing unnervingly in the vast space. I examined the samples with my hand lens, marveling at the delicate cross, bedding in a piece of sandstone, evidence of an ancient waterway that flowed here hundreds of millions of years before the gorge even existed. I was lost in my work in the deep, satisfying piece of academic obsession. The change was subtle at first, a slow bleeding of sound from the world. I was packing a sample into a labeled bag when I realized I could no longer hear the birds. The incessant chatter that had been the soundtrack to my day had simply stopped. Then the insects fell silent. The constant, low-level hum of the forest floor vanished, leaving behind a profound and unsettling stillness. The only sound left was the whisper of the creek and the pounding of my own heart. I stood perfectly still, straining my ears. The air itself felt heavy, stagnant, as if the whole valley were holding its breath. A primal, animal part of my brain screamed that something was wrong. I've spent half my life in the wilderness, and this kind of sudden, total silence is almost always a precursor to a predator's appearance. A bear, or perhaps a bobcat. I scanned the dense woods on the opposite bank, my hand resting on the canister of bear spray clipped to my pack. But I saw nothing, no movement. Just the silent, watchful trees. Then came the smell. It cut through the clean, earthy scent of the forest with startling clarity wood smoke. Not the lazy, drifting smoke of a modern campfire, but something sharper, more acrid. It smelled of pine, yes, but also of something else, something resinous and unfamiliar. My rational mind immediately grasped for an explanation. Campfires are strictly forbidden in this part off the park. The fire danger is too high, the terrain too inaccessible for emergency services. Perhaps it was a poacher, or another hiker like myself who foolishly believed they were above the rules. But the thought felt wrong. The smell seemed too ancient, too elemental for a simple camper. And that's when I heard it. It wasn't a voice. It was a sound that seemed to emanate from the rocks themselves, a low, guttural chanting. It was rhythmic, melodic in a way that defied any musical scale I knew. It was a deep, resonant hum that vibrated up through the soles of my boots, a bass note that felt both miles away and right beside me. The canyon walls, which had moments before only echoed the clink of my hammer, now caught the sound and threw it back and forth, amplifying it, making it impossible to pinpoint a source. It was a language of stone and shadow, ancient and deeply, deeply unsettling. I was standing in a place carved by forces beyond human comprehension, a place that had been a sacred highway for a people long gone. And in the oppressive silence, I was listening to a sound that should not exist, smelling a fire that could not be there. It felt as if a veil had been torn, and I had inadvertently stepped through it. Not into a different place, but into a different time. My scientific objectivity, the bedrock of my entire life, began to fracture. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the layers of intellectual curiosity. I had come seeking the history of the earth, but I had the sudden, terrifying conviction that I had stumbled upon something far older and far less welcoming. And with the arrogance of a man who believes he understands the world, I pushed forward, deeper into the canyon, toward the source of the sound. Academic curiosity is a powerful, driving force. It has been the engine of my entire life. But what I felt then, pushing through the tangled undergrowth toward the resonant hum, was not curiosity. It was a morbid, fatalistic compulsion, the same instinct that makes an animal stare into the headlights of an oncoming truck. Every rational part of my brain, the part that had earned me a doctorate and the respect of my peers, screamed at me to turn back, to scramble up the canyon wall, and not stop running until I felt the cold, hard asphalt of a road beneath my feet. But my legs carried me forward, my body acting as a vessel for some primal, witless urge to confront the impossible. The canyon narrowed further, the towering walls of sandstone and shale closing in until the sky was just a sliver of pale blue above. The air grew colder, and the strange, resinous scent of the wood smoke intensified, clinging to the back of my throat. The chanting grew louder, the vibrations no longer just a tremor in the ground, but a physical pressure against my chest. I rounded a sharp bend in the creek, and the source of the smell and sound came into view. I stopped dead, my hiking poles clattering against a stone as they slipped from my nerveless fingers. In a small, almost perfectly circular clearing on the creek bank. A fire burned. It was not a campfire. It was a pit dug into the dark soil, and the flames that leaped from it were a sickly, greenish yellow. The wood fueling it was not wood at all, but dark, gnarled shapes that had the unmistakable texture of petrified logs. Fossilized wood, millions of years old, was burning with an unnatural light, releasing smoke that coiled in the still air like a living serpent. But it was not the impossible fire that held my gaze. It was what was carved in the sheer rock face behind it. Petroglyphs. The canyon wall was covered in them, from the creek bed to a height of 50 feet or more. But these were unlike any form of rock art I had ever seen or studied. They were not the simple, elegant depictions of animals and hunters of the Lenape or Susquehannock peoples. These were complex, geometric, and deeply alien. They depicted towering, elongated figures with too many limbs, their heads featureless ovals. These figures were shown interacting with what looked like star charts, but the constellations were all wrong, twisted into unrecognizable patterns. Other carvings showed these beings seemingly manipulating the very fabric of the landscape, raising mountains and parting rivers with gestures of their spindly arms. It was a geological history of a world that was not ours, carved by hands that were not human. My mind reeled, trying to categorize, to understand, to place this discovery within a known context, but there was none. This was a library of the impossible. And then I saw the chanters. There were 3 of them. At first, I mistook them for statues, part of the petroglyphs themselves, so still were they. They stood in a semi-circle around the ghostly fire, their forms indistinct in the flickering, wrong-colored light. They were tall, far taller than any human, and unnaturally thin. Their bodies seemed to be made not of flesh and bone, but of the same wet, dark stone as the canyon walls, slick with moss and lichen. They didn't wear clothing. The layers of shale and sandstone seemed to be a part of them, their skin a living stratum of rock. They had no faces, only the smooth, featureless oval shapes I had seen in the carvings. And as they stood there, motionless, the deep, guttural chanting poured out of them, a sound that came from no visible mouth, a vibration that originated from their very core. My scientific mind, my last bastion of sanity, offered a desperate, feeble explanation, a lost tribe, their features obscured by ritualistic masks and costumes. But I knew it was a lie. I was a geologist. I knew the look and feel of rock better than I knew my own face. I could see the lines of sedimentation in their limbs, the glint of mica in what should have been their skin. These beings were not wearing the gorge, they were the gorge. They were as much a part of the geology as the creek and the cliffs. The realization struck me with the force of a physical blow. I wasn't looking at a ritual to honor the earth. I was looking at the earth itself, engaged in a ritual. As I stood there, paralyzed by a terror so profound it felt like a religious experience, one of the figures slowly, deliberately, stopped chanting. The harmony of the strange chorus faltered, the soundscape of the clearing fundamentally altering. In the new jarring silence, the creature began to turn its head toward me. The movement was not smooth. It was a slow, agonizing grinding of stone against stone, a sound that sent shivers of pure, unadulterated horror down my spine. The featureless oval of its face rotated, millimeter by agonizing millimeter, until it was pointed directly at me. There were no eyes, but I felt a gaze. It was a gaze of immense, crushing antiquity. It was the dispassionate, analytical stare of a mountain regarding a microbe. In that moment, I understood I was not just an intruder. I was an irrelevance, a brief, noisy biological flare in a timeline that operated in epochs. My presence here was a contamination, a flaw in a process that had been unfolding since before the continents had taken their current shape. Mistake. And my trip was not taking a wrong turn, it was existing in their presence. The other 2 figures fell silent. The fire flickered, casting my long, terrified shadow against the rock wall behind me. The grinding sound stopped as the first creature's head locked into place, its silent, eyeless face aimed at my soul. For an eternal second, the universe consisted only of me, the 3 stone figures, and the impossible fire. Then, my body remembered how to function. The spell broke. The academic, the scientist, the geologist vanished, and all that was left was prey. I didn't turn and run. I simply fell backwards, scrambling away on all fours, my hands scraping raw against the sharp rocks of the creek bed. I found my feet and ran, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The only thought in my mind was to escape the crushing, silent judgment of the things that were made of stone, the things that had been here forever, and that would remain long after my bones had turned to dust. The forest, once silent, now seemed to roar in my ears, every rustle of leaves a pursuit, every shadow a grasping hand. I was running for my life, away from the horrifying, undeniable truth I had discovered in the heart of the gorge. Panic is a poor navigator. My flight from that impossible clearing was not a straight line to safety, but a chaotic, crashing scramble through the path of most resistance. I splashed heedlessly through the creek, my boots filling with icy water. I clawed my way up steep, muddy embankments, the roots and branches I grabbed for support tearing at my skin. The sound of my own ragged gasps filled my ears, but beneath it, a more terrible sound echoed. The grinding. The slow, deliberate sound of stone grating on stone. It didn't seem to come from behind me, but from all around, as if the entire canyon were shifting its bones, the very walls of my prison turning to watch my futile escape. I didn't dare look back. The image of that featureless, rotating head was seared onto the inside of my eyelids. At some point, the strap of my heavy pack snagged on a low, hanging branch. The sudden jerk threw me off balance. I tumbled head over heels down a short, sharp incline, my shoulder slamming into the trunk of a hemlock. Pain, white-hot and brilliant, exploded behind my eyes. I lay there for a moment, stunned, the world spinning. My pack, my life's work contained within it, my hammer, my lens, my carefully collected samples, my maps, was gone, left behind in the haunted woods. The loss felt strangely appropriate. The tools of my science were useless against the reality I had just witnessed. They were the toys of a child who had just learned there are no rules. All I had left was my body, and a terror that had hollowed me out completely. I have no clear memory of how many hours I wandered after that. The sun, once a comfort, became a ticking clock, its descent through the narrow slit of sky of marking my dwindling chances of survival before nightfall. The forest slowly came back to life. A bird called tentatively, then another. The insects began to hum again. But the sounds were no longer benign. They were a mockery. They were the sounds of a world pretending to be normal, a thin veil of life draped over a foundation of ancient, waking stone. Every shadow seemed to stretch toward me. Every rustle of leaves was the scraping of a stony limb. My geological knowledge had become a curse. I could no longer see a rock outcropping without imagining a face hidden within it, could not step on a stone without feeling it was an eye I was treading upon. It was nearly dusk when my foot, instead of landing on uneven, leaf-strewn earth, hit something perfectly flat and level. I stumbled and fell to my knees, looking down at the packed gray gravel of the Pine Creek rail trail. Civilization. I could have wept with relief, but the tears wouldn't come. I pushed myself to my feet and stood there, a specter at the edge of the manicured path. In the distance, I saw them, a family on bicycles, laughing, their bright helmets and colorful jerseys, an affront to the grim reality I had just escaped. They slowed as they approached, their laughter dying on their lips. I can only imagine what they saw at a man caked in mud and blood, his clothes torn, his eyes wide with a horror they could never comprehend. The father put a protective arm out in front of his child. I said nothing. I just turned and began the long, stumbling walk back toward the distant memory of my car. The drive back to my sterile motel room was an exercise in disassociation. I operated the vehicle on pure muscle memory, my mind a maelstrom of impossible images and grinding sounds. I locked myself in the room, stood in front of the bathroom mirror, and did not recognize the man who stared back. His face was a mask of scratches and dirt, but it was the eyes that were alien. They were the eyes of an animal that has seen the butcher's blade and somehow survived. I stood under the shower for an hour, scrubbing at my skin until it was raw, trying to wash away not just the dirt, but the feeling of that ancient gaze, the psychic filth of its attention. My scientific training, my life's discipline fought back. It was a hallucination, it insisted. I was exhausted, dehydrated, isolated. My mind, primed by the local lore and the strange environment, had simply manufactured the experience. I clung to this explanation like a drowning man to a splinter of wood. I tried to anchor myself in the bedrock of logic and reason, but the anchor found no purchase. I could rationalize the silence, the smell, even the chanting, but I could not rationalize the petroglyphs depicting alien constellations. I could not rationalize the sight of those beings, whose forms were not costumed, but composed of the very rock I had dedicated my life to studying. My career is over. I know that with a certainty that leaves no room for doubt. How can I ever stand before a lecture hall of bright-eyed students and speak of orogeny and erosion as simple, mindless mechanical processes? How can I chip away at a rock face without the paralyzing fear of what I might awaken? Geology was my religion. It was my faith in an ordered, understandable universe, governed by physical laws. That faith has been utterly shattered. The world is not dead. It is not a machine. It is a body, and it is dreaming. I was merely a flea that had blundered into its sacred space, and it had stirred in its sleep. I am writing this from a place far from Pennsylvania, a place with no mountains, no canyons, no dramatic rock formations. I live in a world of concrete and steel now. I have not been into the wilderness since that day. I cannot. The silence of the woods is no longer peaceful. It is the silence of something listening. But there is no true escape. Last night, as I was taking off my shoes, a small, sharp pebble fell out a stowaway from the creek bed that had been lodged in the tread all this time. It was a piece of Devonian sandstone, reddish-brown, flecked with mica. The old instincts flickered. I picked it up, feeling its familiar texture, its weight, and then I felt it. A vibration. Infinitesimally small, but unmistakable. A faint, rhythmic hum that resonated with the bones in my hand. A tiny, dormant echo of the chanting. I threw it against the wall, where it left a small chip in the plaster before falling to the floor. But the damage was done. They had not pursued me. They did not need to. They are the earth. The rock is their flesh and their bones. I can run, but I can never run away. I am living on the skin of an ancient, unknowable being, and I have learned the one terrible, unforgivable truth it knows I am here. My name is Elias Thorne. For the better part of 2 decades, my life has been defined by the pull of moving water. I'm a geologist by trade, but a kayaker by soul. It's a passion that has taken me from the glacial, fed torrents of the Pacific Northwest to the serpentine rivers of the Appalachian Mountains. Yet, I have always found myself returning to the Delaware Water Gap. It is a place of profound, almost severe beauty. A massive gash carved through the Kittatinny Ridge, where sheer cliffs of Silurian shale rise hundreds of feet, standing like ancient, silent sentinels over the powerful river that birthed them. For a man who understands the slow, inexorable march of geologic time, there is a certain reverence to be found here. But any place this old, this defined by the raw power of nature, accumulates stories. The Delaware River, for all its scenic majesty, has a dark and voracious appetite. Locals speak of it in hushed tones, trading tales over beers in the small towns that dot its banks. They talk of the drownings, the inexplicable accidents, the heartbroken souls who chose the river's cold embrace as their final act. There's a prevailing belief, a piece of folklore that clings to the valley like the morning fog, that the spirits of those taken by the river remain tethered to it, their spectral forms forever caught in the currents. They say that on still, quiet days, you can sometimes hear their whispers carried on the wind, or see fleeting shapes in the murky depths. It's the kind of talk a rational man, a man of science, dismisses as romantic superstition. I always did. Yesterday, that changed. It was a perfect early autumn day, the air crisp and clean, the sun casting long, golden fingers through the canopy of turning leaves. The river was running high and swift after a week of rain, a thrilling challenge I was eager to meet. I put my kayak in at the Smithfield Beach access and headed north, paddling against the formidable current. My destination was a stretch of water I particularly loved, just downstream from Milford Beach. The cliffs there are especially dramatic, and the water carves a deep, churning channel that demands respect and skill. It is also a place with a specific, tragic history. Years ago, a young man, a tourist no older than 20, drowned right there. The story goes that he was wading in what he thought were shallow waters and stepped off a sudden, invisible ledge, a drop-off into the main channel. The current, deceptively strong even near the shore, snatched him and pulled him under. They found his body days later, miles downstream. It's a story I've heard a dozen times, a cautionary tale told to visitors. As I approached the area, I felt a familiar, fleeting pang of melancholy, a brief acknowledgement of the tragedy that had unfolded in this beautiful place. The water seemed darker here, colder. I chalked it up to the shadows cast by the high cliffs and the depth of the channel. I steadied my kayak in an eddy behind a large rock, taking a moment to drink some water and simply absorb the raw grandeur of the gap. The only sounds were the rush of the river, the call of a distant hawk, and the rhythmic beat of my own heart. It was in that moment of profound peace that I saw it. At first, I wasn't sure what it was. A flicker of something pale beneath the surface, distorted by the moving water. A piece of trash, perhaps, or a submerged log catching the light. Then, it broke the surface. It was a hand. The sight was so alien, so utterly wrong, that my brain struggled to process it. It was bone, white, the skin wrinkled and pruned, as if it had been submerged for an eternity. It wasn't thrashing or struggling, but rising slowly, deliberately, from the murky green depths. The fingers were long and slender, beckoning with a gentle, almost lazy curl. It was less than 10 feet from the side of my kayak. A cold, electric shock of pure terror shot through me, bypassing all rational thought. My breath hitched in my throat. My heart, which had been beating so steadily, hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The hand continued its slow, silent ascent until the wrist was visible, then a pale, thin forearm. There was no body attached, just this single, disembodied limb reaching from the abyss. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I could only stare, mesmerized by the sheer horror of it. Then, in a single, fluid motion, it lunged toward my boat. The action was so sudden it shattered my paralysis. I let out a choked gasp and instinctively threw my weight to the opposite side, a desperate, clumsy attempt to get away. It was the worst possible thing I could have done. My kayak, already in a precarious balance, tipped violently. The world became a chaotic, tumbling blur of green water and blue sky. The shock of the frigid river was like a physical blow, stealing my breath and driving the air from my lungs. I was caught in the powerful, disorienting grip of the current, my paddle torn from my hands. Panic gave way to pure, primal survival instinct. I kicked and fought my way back to the surface, breaking through with a desperate, sputtering gasp. Treading water, I whipped my head around, my eyes scanning the churning river. My red kayak was already 30 feet away, bobbing upside down in the current. But the hand was gone. There was nothing. Nothing but the cold, swift water and the deep, ominous shadows from which it had come. The silence of the gorge pressed in on me, and for the first time in my life, I felt an absolute and profound terror of the river I had always loved. It felt ancient, hungry, and I was completely, utterly alone in its grasp. The river's cold was a living thing. It coiled around my limbs, seeping into my bones with a paralytic chill that was far more profound than mere temperature. Every instinct screamed at me to get to shore, but the current was a relentless tyrant. It had been a source of thrilling challenge just moments before. Now it was a predator, trying to drag me down into the same dark, silent depths from which the hand had risen. My spray skirt was still sealed around my waist, a fatal anchor. I fumbled with the release loop, my fingers numb and clumsy. For a horrifying second, it wouldn't budge. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through me. I yanked again, a desperate, convulsive motion, and felt the blessed release as the seal broke. Kicking free of the cockpit, I was finally untethered. But my situation was no less dire. My water-logged clothes weighed me down like stone. The river, which had seemed so contained from my kayak, was a vast, chaotic expanse of churning water. I am a strong swimmer, but this was not a swimming pool. This was a raw, elemental force, and it was winning. I fixed my eyes on the Pennsylvania shoreline, a dense, uninviting wall of trees and rock, and began to swim with a desperation I had never known. It was a brutal, punishing battle. Each stroke was a victory, each breath a lungful of stolen air. The river fought me for every inch, trying to pull me downstream, away from my goal, deeper into the gap. I didn't dare look back, didn't dare think about the white, beckoning hand. I just swam, my mind a blank slate of terror and single-minded focus. By the time my feet scraped against submerged rocks, I was running on fumes. I clawed my way out of the water, collapsing onto a small, muddy bank. For several minutes, I could do nothing but lie there, gasping, my body trembling uncontrollably from cold and adrenaline. The setting sun cast the sky in hues of orange and bruised purple, a beautiful, indifferent spectacle. My kayak was gone. My paddle was gone. I frantically patted the pockets of my thin nylon jacket. My car keys, my wallet, my phone, all safely tucked into the dry bag that was, by now, miles away, likely already claimed by the river's depths. A new kind of cold, one that had nothing to do with the water, began to settle over me. I was stranded. Miles from the nearest road, on the less traveled side of the river, soaked to the skin as night began to fall. The temperature was dropping fast. Hypothermia was not a distant threat, it was a clear and present danger. A geologist knows the land, and I knew these woods. There were trails, old logging roads that crisscrossed the ridges, but they were miles away, up a steep, punishing incline. Staying put was a death sentence. My only chance was to move, to generate heat, and to hopefully find one of those trails before the last of the light failed. I staggered to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest, and pushed my way into the tree line. The moment I stepped under the canopy, the world changed. The last vestiges of the vibrant sunset were cut off, and I was plunged into a deep, gloomy twilight. The air grew still and heavy, the sounds of the rushing river replaced by an unnerving silence. The forest floor was a thick carpet of damp, decaying leaves that swallowed the sound of my squelching footsteps. The trees, ancient oaks and hemlocks, were gnarled and dense, their branches like skeletal arms clawing at the sky. A profound sense of isolation, even more potent than what I'd felt in the water, enveloped me. This was not a welcoming wilderness. It felt watchful. As I climbed, my mind, no longer consumed by the immediate task of survival, began to replay the encounter on the river, the slow, deliberate rise of the hand, the pale waterlogged skin, the beckoning curl of the fingers. My scientific mind scrambled for an explanation, a hallucination brought on by a trick of the light and an overactive imagination fueled by local folklore. A symptom of a minor stroke, but it had felt so real. The visceral terror it had induced was still a knot of ice in my gut. And the way it had lunged, that was not a trick of the light. I tried to focus on the terrain, on putting one foot in front of the other, but the woods themselves seemed determined to unnerve me. I kept hearing things. A sharp crack of a twig just behind me, but when I spun around, there was nothing. A low murmur, like whispers that I first dismissed as the wind, but it had a strange, liquid quality to it, like the sound of a submerged voice. I saw movement in my peripheral vision, a flicker of white against the dark bark of a tree. But it was always gone when I turned to look. Then I saw the footprints. They were on a patch of soft mud near a small stream I had to cross. They were barefoot, unnaturally long and narrow. But that wasn't the most disturbing part. They were soaking wet, with little puddles of dark river water collected in their impressions, as if whoever made them had just stepped out of the river and walked this way. But there were no other signs. No broken branches, no disturbed leaves. Just a perfect, silent trail of wet footprints leading deeper into the woods in the exact direction I was headed. A cold dread washed over me. I was following it. Or it was leading me. Against my better judgment, I kept going, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The sun had completely set now, and the forest was a labyrinth of shifting shadows and deep, impenetrable darkness. I had to slow down, feeling my way from tree to tree. The sense of being watched was no longer a vague feeling, it was a suffocating certainty. I could feel eyes on my back, a malevolent presence that tracked my every step. I rounded a massive boulder that leaned against the hillside and stopped dead. There, in a small clearing ahead, was a shape. It was vaguely human, but its proportions were all wrong. It stood unnaturally still, its form almost blending with the deepening shadows. It was tall and gaunt, with limbs that seemed too long for its body, and it was pale. Even in the near-total darkness, it possessed a faint, sickly phosphorescent pallor, like rotting wood or the belly of a dead fish. It was turned away from me, seemingly looking out over the valley, but I knew with a certainty that defied all logic that it was aware of me. As I stood there frozen in place, it slowly, deliberately began to turn its head. I couldn't see a face, only the pale shape of it turning in the suffocating silence of the forest. Time seemed to stretch and warp in the suffocating silence of the forest. My feet were rooted to the damp earth, my body locked in a state of pure, primal terror. But the pale, gaunt figure continued its slow, deliberate turn and agonizingly protracted movement that seemed to defy the normal mechanics of a living body. The sound that accompanied it was subtle, almost imperceptible at first. Soft, wet, grinding noise like stone rubbing against stone underwater. As its head completed the turn to face me, I understood. There was no face. Where a human face should have been, there was only a smooth, vaguely indented expanse of pale, slick skin like that of a cave-dwelling salamander. It was blank, featureless, and yet somehow I could feel its gaze on me, an ancient, malevolent regard that penetrated deeper than any pair of eyes could. And then the featureless expanse began to contort. A line appeared, widening into a vertical slit. It was not a mouth, it was a wound, a gash that split the face in two. From this opening came a sound, a low, guttural exhalation of river water and air, carrying with it the stench of stagnant mud and decay. It was the sound I had heard in my head when I was drowning. That sound shattered my paralysis. The connection between my brain and my legs established itself with a jolt. And I did the only thing I could. I ran. I turned and scrambled back the way I came, my movements clumsy and panicked. I didn't care about direction, about trails, about anything other than putting as much distance as possible between myself and that thing. I crashed through underbrush, branches whipping at my face and arms, thorns tearing at my soaked clothing. Behind me, the forest was silent. For a few heart-stopping moments, I allowed myself to hope I had escaped. Then I heard it, a wet, slapping sound. The sound of bare soaking, wet feet hitting the forest floor at an impossible speed. It wasn't running, it was loping, covering ground with an unnatural, terrifying efficiency. I risked a glance over my shoulder and a scream tore from my throat. It was gaining on me, its long, gangly limbs moving in a fluid, bondless way, its pale form a ghostly blur against the blackness of the trees. It flowed over rocks and fallen logs like water, its blank face fixed in my direction. The next hour, or perhaps it was only minutes, was a blur of pure, unadulterated terror. The forest became a living nightmare, a conspirator in my demise. Roots seemed to reach up to trip me low, hanging branches snagged my clothes, and every shadow seemed to hide another pale, waiting figure. The whispering I'd heard earlier returned, louder now, a cacophony of submerged voices that seemed to come from all directions at once, disorienting me, mocking my fear. The slapping footsteps of my pursuer were a constant, horrifying metronome, sometimes fading as I pulled ahead, then growing deafeningly loud as it closed the distance. I was physically and emotionally spent. My lungs burned, my legs were leaden, and the initial shock of cold had been replaced by a deep, shivering exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm me. I stumbled and fell, my hands plunging into the cold, soft mud. I knew this was it. I didn't have the strength to get up again. I rolled over, bracing for the final, horrifying confrontation. But it wasn't there. The slapping sounds had stopped. The woods were silent again, save for my own ragged breathing. and then I saw it. Through the trees, faint and distant, was a steady, artificial light. A single point of unwavering yellow in the chaotic darkness. A car. It didn't matter. It was civilization. It was hope. A new surge of adrenaline, born of sheer desperation, flooded my system. I pushed myself to my feet and staggered toward the light. It was my only chance. I broke through a final line of dense foliage, and my feet hit gravel. A road. It was a narrow, one-lane service road, but it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The light was closer now, the distinct twin beams of a vehicle's headlights, slowly making its way down the road. I lurched into the middle of the road, waving my arms frantically. The vehicle, an old park ranger's truck, slowed to a stop. I collapsed onto the gravel, sobbing with a mixture of relief and hysteria. The door opened, and an older man in a ranger's uniform got out, his face a mask of concern and confusion.
Son,
"Are you all right? What in God's name happened to you?" he asked, his voice steady and calm. I tried to explain. The words tumbled out of me in a nonsensical, panicked torrent. The hand, the river, the footprints, the pale man with no face. I pointed back into the dark woods, but there was nothing there. The ranger looked at me with pity, the kind of look you give a man who has lost his mind. He clearly thought I was a victim of hypothermia, my brain addled by the cold and trauma. He helped me into his truck, wrapped me in a coarse wool blanket, and drove me back toward the lights of town. As we drove away, I looked back at the tree line. For a single, fleeting moment, I saw it. A tall, pale shape standing just at the edge of the woods, its featureless face turned toward the departing truck. It wasn't moving. It was just watching. And I knew with a certainty that chilled me far more than the river ever could, that it was waiting. It's always there, tethered to the river that claimed it, a silent, patient hunter in the deep, dark woods of the Delaware Water Gap. I survived, yes, but I left a part of myself behind in that forest. And I will never, ever go back. My name is Griffin, and I need to tell someone this. I need to write it down before my signal vanishes completely, or before something worse happens. I'm currently huddled in a one-person tent miles deep in the Allegheny National Forest, with a growing dread that feels as cold and heavy as a gravestone. It sounds cliché, I know. Another city dweller gets more than he bargained for in the wilderness. But this is different. This feels ancient. My connection to these woods goes back to my childhood. My parents, in their infinite wisdom, thought the best way to get their bookish indoor cat of a son to appreciate nature was through stories. They'd read me a local children's book called The Mystery of the Wailing Woods. It featured a pair of cartoon squirrels solving the case of a strange, other-worldly creature that lived deep within the Allegheny. The creature was never depicted clearly, just as a shadowy form with long limbs, and it made a sound like a weeping woman. It was a cute story. The squirrels would eventually discover the wailing. It was just the wind whistling through a peculiar cave, and they'd all have a picnic. Benign, right? But the book was based on local lore, whispers that were far less charming than the illustrated pages I grew up with. Legends of a thing that haunted the most remote parts of the forest, a place the old-timers called the Sobbing Hollow. The story said its cry would draw you in, promising solace before delivering only madness and death. As an adult, I became an avid hiker, a way to disconnect from my programming job in the city. I'd conquered trails in Colorado and Utah, so I considered myself experienced. Nostalgia mixed with a healthy dose of adult skepticism drew me back to Pennsylvania. I wanted to find the Sobbing Hollow, or at least the area the lore pointed to. I wanted to stand there, listen to the wind in the trees, and have a good chuckle about the fears of my childhood. I packed my gear, told my roommate I'd be off grid for a few days, and set off to prove the cartoon squirrels right. The first day of the hike was beautiful. The trail I chose wasn't on any official park map. It was a barely. Their path I'd found mentioned on an obscure local history forum. An old logging route that had been reclaimed by the forest. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold. It was serene, majestic, and utterly silent, save for the crunch of my boots on fallen leaves and my own steady breathing. The deeper I went, the more the character of the forest changed. The familiar oaks and maples gave way to darker, more gnarled hemlocks and ancient pines that seemed to crowd together, their branches interlocking overhead like a woven cage swallowing the sunlight. The silence deepened, becoming less peaceful and more expectant. I shook off the feeling, blaming the power of suggestion. I was chasing a ghost story, after all. It was only natural my mind would play tricks on me. I made camp in a small clearing as evening began to bleed purple and orange through the trees. I was meticulous. I pitched my tent, laid out my sleeping bag, and started a small, controlled fire to cook my dinner. I scanned the clearing before I started, a habit born of caution. It was a simple patch of dirt and moss, ringed by ferns. Nothing out of the ordinary. I ate, cleaned up, and watched the last of the light fade, feeling a smug sense of accomplishment. It was around 2 a.m. when I heard it. I was jolted from a light sleep by a sound that didn't belong. It wasn't an animal. I've heard beers, coyotes, and the screech of a bobcat. This was none of those. It was a thin, high-pitched wail that seemed to seep from the very wood of the trees around me. It was a sound of profound sorrow, a lament that vibrated in my teeth and settled deep in my bones. It rose and fell in a slow, unnatural rhythm, echoing through the hollow in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint the source. It was everywhere at once. My heart hammered against my ribs. My first thought, a desperate one, was of the children's book. It's just the wind in a cave. But there was no wind. The air was unnaturally still. The flame of my dying fire wasn't even flickering. The sound was full of a grief so immense it felt like a physical weight. But underneath it, there was something else. A discordant note. Something hungry. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, frozen, listening to the forest weep. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence that rushed back in was somehow more terrifying than the noise it replaced. It took me another hour to build up the courage to move. I needed to see. I needed some rational explanation. My hand shaking, I grabbed my high-powered flashlight and unzipped my tent just enough to peer out. The beam cut a sharp white cone through the darkness, landing on the spot where I had cooked my dinner. And my blood ran cold. The ground was covered in them. Dozens of mushrooms in a perfect circle around my tent, where there had been nothing but bare earth and moss just hours before. They weren't any species I recognized. They were a pale, sickly white, looking less like fungi and more like clusters of tiny, malformed hands reaching up from the soil. And they were glowing. A faint, pulsing, phosphorescent green light emanated from their caps, bathing the clearing in a nauseating, otherworldly luminescence. They weren't there when I set up camp. I know they weren't. I would have seen them. I would have noticed. I'm writing this now, bathed in the green glow of my phone screen and the faint, sickly light of the things outside. The wailing is gone, but the silence is full of waiting. I don't know what that sound was, and I don't know what these mushrooms are, but I know they are connected. The children's story was wrong. The squirrels were wrong. This isn't the wind. And I don't think I'm alone out here. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. How could I? I sat bolt upright in my sleeping bag, my back pressed against the thin wall of the tent. Every muscle tensed. I kept my flashlight clutched in a white, knuckled grip, but I didn't dare turn it on again. The pulsing green glow from the mushrooms was illumination enough, painting the inside of my tent in shifting, sickly hues. It felt like trying to sleep inside a diseased lung. My mind raced, trying to build a wall of logic against the tide of terror. Bioluminescent fungi exist. Foxfire, that's a real thing. Maybe a specific type blooms explosively after a certain temperature drop. A rare, undocumented species. The sound. A panther. They can make sounds like a screaming woman. A sick one, maybe. Or an owl. Some owls have haunting calls. I repeated these rationalizations to myself like a mantra, but they were hollow words, easily swallowed by the oppressive, waiting silence outside. The worst part was the small sounds. Every few minutes, I'd hear a soft squish. It was a wet, gentle noise, like a boot pressing into mud. It came from different directions, sometimes near, sometimes farther away. It was the sound of something heavy stepping on the mushrooms. Something was walking around my tent, circling me in the dark, and my brain refused to supply a rational explanation for that. Nothing that lived in these woods would be wandering so aimlessly, so quietly, for so long. Panic is a physical thing. It's a flood of cold adrenaline that makes you want to bolt, to run screaming into the night without direction. I fought it down with everything I had. Running was a death sentence. I knew that. My only hope was to wait for dawn. Light logic and reason would come with the sun. I just had to survive until then. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness, each minute stretched into an hour. When the first hint of gray finally began to dilute the blackness of the sky, the green glow of the mushrooms started to fade. It wasn't a sudden change, they just slowly dimmed, as if their power was tied to the absolute darkness. As the sun began to rise, they became inert, just a circle of pale, ugly fungi. With the daylight came a sliver of courage. I unzipped the tent, my movement stiff and jerky, and crawled out. My eyes immediately went to the mushrooms. In the morning light, they were even more disturbing. They didn't look like hands anymore. They looked like bleached sections of bone, twisted and fused together with a slimy, translucent film covering them. The ground around them was dark and damp, as if they had secreted some kind of fluid. And there, in the damp earth, I saw them. Footprints. They were not from an animal, and they were not from my boots. They were long, narrow, and bare. There were only 3 toes, clawed at the tips, that had pressed deep into the soil. They were the source of the squishing sounds. They formed a clear, deliberate path that circled my tent several times before heading off deeper into the woods, away from the direction I'd come. A new wave of fear, colder and sharper than the last, washed over me. I wasn't just dealing with a strange natural phenomenon. I was being stalked. Okay. Griffin. Pack. Now, I whispered the words to myself, the sound of my own voice startlingly loud in the quiet. I moved with frantic efficiency, shoving my sleeping bag and gear into my pack, not bothering to fold anything. I had to get out. I had to get back to the trail. When my camp was cleared, I turned to leave, and I froze. The trail was gone. I don't mean it was overgrown or hard to see. I mean it had vanished. The small opening in the trees I had followed yesterday was no longer there. In its place was an impenetrable wall of thorny brush and thick, gnarled trees that hadn't been there before. It was as if the forest had sealed the way behind me, healing the wound I had made in it. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat, searching for any sign of the path. Nothing. The forest was a solid, unbroken wall in every direction. It had let me in, and now it wasn't going to let me out. Despair threatened to crush me. I was lost, truly lost. As I stood there, spiraling into panic, a new sensation reached me. A smell. It was faint, carried on the morning breeze, coming from the direction the footprints had gone. It was sickeningly sweet, like rotting flowers and spoiled meat. It was a smell of decay, but also a lure. It was both repulsive and strangely intriguing. Then I saw it. It wasn't the trail I came in on, but it was a trail. Faint, barely visible, leading directly towards the source of the smell. It was marked by the same 3 toed footprints. I had no map for this place, no compass heading that made sense anymore. My phone had no signal. The path back was gone. This new, terrifying path was the only one I had. With a sense of utter dread, I shouldered my pack and took the first step, following the tracks of the thing that had circled my tent all night. I was walking into the heart of the sobbing hollow, not as a skeptical tourist, but as prey. And I had a sickening feeling that the wailing I heard last night was just the appetizer. Every step I took on that new path felt like a surrender. My hiker's instincts, everything I'd ever learned about survival, screamed at me to turn back, to try and force my way through the unnatural wall of thorns behind me. But my body wouldn't obey. It was as if the footprints on the ground were a kind of leash, and the sickeningly sweet smell was the hand pulling me forward. The forest grew stranger with every yard. The trees themselves seemed wrong. Their bark was slick and pale, almost like skin, and their branches twisted into agonized shapes that didn't follow the natural patterns of growth. The very air grew thick and heavy, humid with the cloying scent that was now so strong it coated the back of my throat. Nothing grew on the forest floor here. No ferns, no moss, not even weeds. The ground was a carpet of black, greasy soil that muffled my footsteps. The only living things besides the trees were more of those white mushrooms, now sprouting in grotesque clumps at the base of the skin like trees. I walked for what felt like hours, a prisoner of my own 2 feet. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, no squirrels chattering in the canopy. The world had been reduced to the path, the smell, and the pounding of my own heart. The footprints I was following were becoming fresher, the claw marks in the soft earth sharper. I was getting closer. A part of me, a dark, terrified part, wanted to see it. I needed to put a face to the fear that was consuming me. The trail opened into a clearing, and the sight that greeted me there made me gag. It was the source of the smell. The clearing was dominated by a colossal, ancient hemlock, far larger than any other tree I had seen. But its trunk was split open, hollowed out not by age or lightning, but as if something had burst out from within. The inside of this hollow was lined with a pulsating, fleshy substance the color of a fresh bruise, and hanging from it, like grotesque fruit, were dozens of objects. Backpacks, torn clothing, a single hiking boot, a battered canteen, the debris of other hikers, other victims. It was a larder. The thing's pantry. Beneath the tree, the black soil was churned up, and scattered across it were bones. Some were clearly animal, deer, mostly, but others were unmistakably human. A rib cage here, a femur there. My stomach heaved, and I stumbled back, my hand flying to my mouth. This was a grave. The sobbing hollow was a literal name. And then I saw the movement. From behind the great hemlock, something emerged. It moved with a slow, disjointed grace that was utterly nightmarish. It was tall, impossibly so, its limbs too long for its emaciated torso. Its skin was the same slick, pale white as the trees, stretched tight over a skeletal frame. It had no face, no eyes, no nose, just a smooth expanse of skin. But as it turned its head, a vertical slit opened down the center of its face, a lipless mouth that stretched impossibly wide and emitted a low, guttural click. It was the creature from the children's book, brought to life in a way no illustrator would ever dare. It paid me no mind. It bent down its long, 3-fingered hands, the same hands that had been mimicked by the mushrooms, scooping up a handful of the black, greasy soil. It brought the soil to its mouth slit and seemed to inhale it. The fleshy substance inside the tree pulsed with a faint green light, the same light I had seen in the mushrooms. It was feeding. Not on the bones, not on the remains of its victims, but on the very essence of this corrupted place. The mushrooms, the wailing, the decay, it was all part of its life cycle. The victims weren't the food, they were the fertilizer. I was paralyzed, a statue of pure terror. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. I could only watch as this abomination went about its alien routine. I needed to run, but my legs were lead. Then, its head snapped up. The clicking stopped. The leapless mouth closed. It had sensed me. It turned its blank face in my direction. There were no eyes to meet mine, but I felt its gaze, a psychic pressure that was cold and ancient and utterly devoid of anything but hunger. It took a step towards me, its long, 3-toed foot sinking into the black earth with that same soft squish I'd heard outside my tent. That sound broke the spell. I turned and ran. I didn't care about the path anymore. I just crashed through the pale trees, their slick bark cold against my flailing hands. Behind me, I heard it. For the first time, it wasn't a sound of sorrow. It was a shriek, a high-pitched, piercing scream of fury and predatory hunger. It was the sound of the thing whose meal I had interrupted. I am writing this now, hiding. I found a fissure in a rock outcropping, a space barely wide enough for me to squeeze into. My phone has 1 bar of service. 1. I don't know how long I have. The shrieking has stopped, but I can hear it moving out there. The soft, squishing footsteps getting closer, then farther away, as it hunts for me. The air is still thick with that sweet, rotten smell. I think it's waiting for nightfall. It's waiting for the wailing to begin again, to draw me out of my hiding place with its false promise of sorrow. But I know what it is now. It's not a ghost. It's not a mystery. It's a predator, and this whole forest is its web. And I just stumbled right into the center of it. Please, if you get this, tell them what's in the Allegheny. Don't come looking for me. Don't listen to the wailing. My name is Samuel Archer. I present this account not as a plea for sympathy, nor as a boast of survival, but as a solemn duty to record the events that transpired during what was intended to be a rejuvenating hiking expedition in the wilds of Pennsylvania. It is a burden I have carried in silence for too long, the memories etching themselves deeper with each passing season. If this narrative serves as a warning, a deterrent to those who might tread too lightly where shadows linger, then perhaps some measure of my disquiet may be eased. The scars I bear are not all visible, and it is the unseen ones that throb with a persistent, chilling reminder of the mistake I made, a mistake that proved to be, in every sense of the word, deadly. The allure of the Pennsylvanian wilderness had always held a certain mystique for me. An avid hiker for over a decade, I'd traversed trails across the country, but the dense forests and rolling hills of the Keystone State, particularly its more remote regions like the expansive Quahana Wild area, beckon with a promise of untamed beauty and challenging solitude. This trip was meticulously planned. I'd studied maps, charted a course through a less traffic sector known for its rugged terrain and breathtaking, if somewhat foreboding, vistas. My friend Alex, a seasoned outdoorsman himself, was meant to accompany me. His presence would have been a comfort, a shared experience. But, as fate would have it, a last-minute work emergency forced him to cancel. Disappointed but undeterred, I made the decision to proceed alone. In retrospect, that was perhaps the first link in a chain of unfortunate choices. The solitude I sought, I reasoned, would be all the more profound. I was equipped, experienced, and confident in my abilities. What could possibly go wrong? The initial days of the hike were everything I had hoped for. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of mixed hardwoods, dappling the forest floor where ferns grew in lush abundance. A scene typical of northeastern Pennsylvania's quiet, tree-covered areas. The sounds were those of a vibrant ecosystem, the chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a hawk, the rustle of leaves underfoot. It was a symphony of natural tranquility, a balm to the urban soul. Yet, even in this idyllic setting, there were moments, fleeting and easily dismissed, that pricked at the edges of my contentment. An unusual stillness in a part of the woods that should have teemed with birdsong. A shadow, glimpsed from the corner of my eye, that seemed too substantial, too quick to be a mere trick of the light. Once, I found a series of strange, almost deliberate-looking gashes on an old oak, unlike any animal marking I'd ever encountered. I chalked it up to an overactive imagination, the product of solitude, and the inherent wildness of the place. These were the subtle teases, the almost imperceptible shifts in the environment that good storytelling often uses to foreshadow unease. It was on the third day that I encountered the path, not marked on any of my maps. I had been following a ridge, aiming for a peak that promised panoramic views. The main trail veered sharply east, but to my west, partially obscured by overgrown rhododendrons, was a narrow track. It looked ancient, barely discernible. A few feet in, a rotted wooden post leaned precariously, a single strand of rusted barbed wire clinging to it. Nailed to the post was a faded, weather-beaten sign, the words barely legible, TRESP-PRIVT Keep Ute. It was the kind of warning that usually piques a hiker's curiosity rather than deters it. This unmapped trail, I reasoned, might lead to an old homestead, a forgotten vista, or simply a shortcut. It felt like a secret whispered by the woods themselves. I remembered vague local tales, snippets picked up from old forums or campfire stories about certain areas in these deep woods being best left alone, places tied to forgotten folklore, or unsettling events. But these were just stories, weren't they? The kind that add a little spice to a region's history. My overconfidence, my desire for something unique, something off the beaten path, overrode the faint tremor of caution. This was the moment. This was the deadly mistake. I pushed aside the grasping branches and stepped onto the forbidden trail. The air immediately felt different, cooler, the silence more profound. For a few moments, nothing happened. The forest simply watched, and I, in my ignorance, felt a small thrill of transgression, believing it to be a minor, harmless adventure. The true cost of that decision had yet to reveal itself. Part 20, shadows lengthen and the truth begins to bite. As dusk began to bleed through the trees, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and blood orange, the character of the woods underwent a chilling transformation. The path I had so cavalierly taken led me deeper into a part of the forest that felt older, more primal than anything I had encountered before. The trees were gnarled, their branches like skeletal fingers clawing at the fading light. The unsettling serenity of the previous days had curdled into something palpably hostile. I decided to make camp in a small, relatively open clearing, though open was a generous term in this suffocating wilderness. Sleep, however, was a distant prospect. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves just beyond the flickering circle of my headlamp sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The wind, soughing through the high branches, carried whispers that seemed to coalesce into indistinct words, a language I couldn't comprehend, but whose malice I felt in the tightening of my chest and the prickling of my skin. A rhythmic, dragging sound began, like something heavy being pulled across the forest floor, circling my campsite, always just out of sight. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, became an unbearable pressure. My mind, desperate for a rational explanation, began to dredge up those fragmented local stories I'd dismissed earlier. Tales from the Pennsylvania wilds often spoke of strange occurrences, of places where the veil between worlds was thin. I recalled reading about specific cryptids, creatures of local legend. One particularly disturbing account detailed a being known as the Jawoggle, a creature said to inhabit the deep forests of certain Pennsylvanian counties. It was described as a nightmarish hybrid, something akin to a wolf that walked on two legs, but with grotesque claws for hands and cloven hooves for feet hooves that made its tracks difficult to identify, a clever ruse. Some tales even claimed it was conjured by witches who once dwelled in these remote mountains. Was that the dragging sound? The scrape of hooves on stone and earth? Then I saw them, or thought I did. 2 points of light low to the ground, reflecting the beam of my headlamp from the dense undergrowth. They weren't the familiar green or yellow of animal eyes. These were a flat, dead white, and they vanished as quickly as they appeared. The air grew colder, and a faint, musky odor, like damp fur and decay, drifted into my clearing. The true, horrifying realization of my deadly mistake dawned with the first gray light of morning. I had packed hastily, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of my campsite. I tried to backtrack to find the point where I had left the main trail for this accursed path. But the forest seemed to have rearranged itself. Landmarks I thought I'd noted were gone, or subtly altered. The narrow track I had followed in was no longer there, replaced by an impenetrable wall of thorny bushes and fallen trees. It was as if the woods themselves were actively conspiring to keep me, to punish my trespass. The subtle changes to a familiar environment, once a mere psychological trick, now manifested as a physical, terrifying reality. I was lost, truly lost, in a place that didn't want me to leave. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw at my throat. I understood then that crossing that dilapidated fence, ignoring that faded sign, wasn't just a simple act of trespass. It was an invitation, a breaking of some unspoken pact, and I had unleashed something, or stepped into its domain. Later that day, exhausted and disoriented, I stumbled upon a sight that froze the blood in my veins. In a small, shadowed hollow, almost hidden by a curtain of ancient hemlocks, stood a crude effigy. It was fashioned from branches and vines, roughly humanoid in shape, and adorned with what looked like tufts of animal fur and bird feathers. At its base were arranged small, smooth stones in a pattern that made no sense, yet felt deeply, intrinsically wrong. As I stared, a section of the effigy, a hand made of twisted twigs, seemed to twitch. I blinked, thinking it was a trick of the light with my frayed nerves. But then, from the deep shadows behind it, I heard a low guttural sound, a wet, clicking growl that was no animal I knew. I didn't see it clearly, just a hulking silhouette, impossibly tall, moving with an unnatural, lurching gait. The glimpse was fleeting, obscured by the dense foliage and the failing light as another premature dusk began to settle, but it was enough. The thing was massive, dark, and its presence radiated a palpable malevolence. This was no bear, no deer. This was the source of the white eyes, the dragging sounds, the terror that had been stalking me. This was the price of my mistake, and it was beginning to collect. Part 30, no escape from the Keystone State's grasp. The entity, whatever it was, no longer seemed content to merely stalk and unnerve. As full darkness enveloped the cursed woods, it made its move. The attack was not a sudden, frenzied rush, but a calculated, terrifying escalation. It began with the sounds again, the dragging, the guttural clicks, closer now, circling my hastily chosen, pathetic excuse for a shelter, a shallow overhang beneath a large boulder. I had no fire, my hands had been shaking too violently to strike a match, and the thought of attracting it with light was even more terrifying than the darkness. Then came the physical assault. Rocks, dislodged from the slope above, rained down around me. The overhang shook as something immense threw its weight against the hillside. I could hear it breathing, a harsh, rasping sound like air being forced through a broken bellows. My world narrowed to the primal sensations of fear, the hammering of my heart against my ribs, the icy sweat drenching my clothes, the metallic taste of terror in my mouth. Then, a grotesque, clawed hand, dark and gnarled like the root of an ancient tree, reached under the overhang, blindly scrabbling for purchase. It was inches from my face. I screamed then, a raw, ragged sound swallowed by the oppressive woods. Adrenaline, pure and potent, surged through me. I scrambled backward deeper into the shallow recess, kicking out blindly. My boot connected with something solid, and a screech high-pitched and utterly inhuman tore through the night. The hand withdrew. Seizing the momentary reprieve, I bolted. I ran without thought, without direction, fueled by a terror so profound it eclipsed all reason. Branches tore at my face and clothes. Roots tripped me, sending me sprawling onto the unforgiving earth. I could hear it crashing through the undergrowth behind me, gaining. The chase was a blur of pain, panic, and the horrifying certainty of imminent, brutal death. How I found the stream, I'll never know. It was wider than a creek, fast flowing. Without hesitation, I plunged in. The icy water shocked my system, but it also seemed to confuse my pursuer. I heard it thrashing on the bank, its enraged howls echoing through the trees, but it didn't follow me into the water. I half swam, half stumbled downstream for what felt like an eternity, until exhaustion finally claimed me, and I collapsed on a gravel bar, gasping and broken. When I finally stumbled out of those woods 2 days later, near a seldom used logging road, I was a ghost of my former self. My clothes were shredded, my body a canvas of cuts, bruises, and exposure. I had lost most of my gear, including my pack, somewhere in that desperate flight. A passing trucker, his face a mask of shock at my appearance, took me to the nearest town. The official story was that I'd gotten severely lost, suffered from exposure and dehydration. I didn't try to correct them. Who would believe the truth? The physical injuries healed eventually, but the psychological trauma, the deep, chilling certainty of what I had encountered remains. The world outside those woods felt garish, unreal. Normal conversations, everyday concerns, seemed trivial, distant. The quiet confidence I once had in my abilities and the predictable nature of the wilderness was shattered. I had paid a heavy price for my intrusion, for my deadly mistake. Even now, years later, back in the supposed safety of civilization, I find no true peace. Nightmares are a frequent companion, vivid replays of those terrifying hours in the Pennsylvanian wilderness. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear a faint scratching sound outside my window or catch a fleeting glimpse of a tall, dark shadow in my peripheral vision? Is it my overactive imagination, a lingering echo of trauma, or did something follow me out of those woods? Did my trespass leave a mark on me, a scent that it can still detect? I can never go back to that part of Pennsylvania. The thought of entering any deep woods fills me with a cold, visceral dread. There's a lingering horror, a sense that the veil I pierced that day has never fully closed, and that the entity I encountered is not entirely confined to that accursed patch of forest. It feels like an unwelcome, invisible tether, a constant reminder. So, I offer this account as more than just a story. It is a warning, born of bitter experience. To those who hike, who explore, who feel the pull of the wild places, be wary. Heed the faded signs, listen to the local whispers. Respect the boundaries, both seen and unseen. Some legends are rooted in truths too terrifying to contemplate. Some places are best left undisturbed, their secrets kept locked away in the deep, dark heart of the woods. Do not make the same mistake I did. Curiosity over confidence, the desire for a path less traveled, these can lead you to beauty, yes, but they can also lead you into darkness from which there may be no true escape. Some mistakes are, indeed, deadly, and their consequences can follow you long after you think you've reached safety. Remember that the next time you stand at the edge of the unknown. Remember me, as dusk began to bleed through the trees, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and blood orange. The character of the woods underwent a chilling transformation. The path I had so cavalierly taken led me deeper into a part of the forest that felt older, more primal than anything I had encountered before. The trees were gnarled, their branches like skeletal fingers clawing at the fading light. The unsettling serenity of the previous days had curdled into something palpably hostile. I decided to make camp in a small, relatively open clearing. Though open was a generous term in this suffocating wilderness. Sleep, however, was a distant prospect. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves just beyond the flickering circle of my headlamp sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The wind, soughing through the high branches, carried whispers that seemed to coalesce into indistinct words, a language I couldn't comprehend, but whose malice I felt in the tightening of my chest and the prickling of my skin. Later, a rhythmic, dragging sound began, like something heavy being pulled across the forest floor, circling my campsite, always just out of sight. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, became an unbearable pressure. My mind, desperate for a rational explanation, began to dredge up those fragmented local stories I dismissed earlier. Tales from the Pennsylvania wilds often spoke of strange occurrences, of places where the veil between worlds was thin. I recalled reading about specific cryptids, creatures of local legend. One particularly disturbing account detailed a being known as the Jawagle, a creature said to inhabit the deep forests of certain Pennsylvania counties. It was described as a nightmarish hybrid, something akin to a wolf that walked on two legs, but with grotesque claws for hands and cloven hooves for feet, hooves that made its tracks difficult to identify, a clever ruse. Some tales even claimed it was conjured by witches who once dwelled in these remote mountains. Was that the dragging sound? The scrape of hooves on stone and earth? Then I saw them, or thought I did. 2 points of light low to the ground, reflecting the beam of my headlamp from the dense undergrowth. They weren't the familiar green or yellow of animal eyes. These were a flat, dead white, and they vanished as quickly as they appeared. The air grew colder, and a faint, musky odor, like damp fur in decay, drifted into my clearing. The true, horrifying realization of my deadly mistake dawned with the first gray light of morning. I had packed hastily, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of my campsite. I tried to backtrack, to find the point where I had left the main trail for this accursed path, but the forest seemed to have rearranged itself. Landmarks I thought I'd noted were gone, or subtly altered. The narrow track I had followed in was no longer there, replaced by an impenetrable wall of thorny bushes and fallen trees. It was as if the woods themselves were actively conspiring to keep me, to punish my trespass. The subtle changes to a familiar environment once a mere psychological trick, now manifested as a physical, terrifying reality. I was lost, truly lost, in a place that didn't want me to leave. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw at my throat. I understood then that crossing that dilapidated fence, ignoring that faded sign, wasn't just a simple act of trespass. It was an invitation, a breaking of some unspoken pact, and I had unleashed something, or stepped into its domain. Later that day, exhausted and disoriented, I stumbled upon a sight that froze the blood in my veins. In a small, shadowed hollow, almost hidden by a curtain of ancient hemlocks, stood a crude effigy. It was fashioned from branches and vines, roughly humanoid in shape, and adorned with what looked like tufts of animal fur and bird feathers. At its base were arranged small, smooth stones in a pattern that made no sense, yet felt deeply, intrinsically wrong. As I stared, a section of the effigy, hand, made of twisted twigs, seemed to twitch. I blinked, thinking it was a trick of the light, of my frayed nerves. But then, from the deep shadows behind it, I heard a low guttural sound, a wet, clicking growl that was no animal I knew. I didn't see it clearly, just a hulking silhouette, impossibly tall, moving with an unnatural, lurching gait. The glimpse was fleeting, obscured by the dense foliage and the failing light as another premature dusk began to settle, but it was enough. The thing was massive, dark, and its presence radiated a palpable malevolence. This was no bear, no deer. This was the source of the white eyes, the dragging sounds, the terror that had been stalking me. This was the price of my mistake, and it was beginning to collect. The entity, whatever it was, no longer seemed content to merely stalk and unnerve. As full darkness enveloped the cursed woods, it made its move. The attack was not a sudden, frenzied rush, but a calculated, terrifying escalation. It began with the sounds again, the dragging, the guttural clicks, closer now, circling my hastily chosen, pathetic excuse for a shelter, a shallow overhang beneath a large boulder. I had no fire. My hands had been shaking too violently to strike a match, and the thought of attracting it with light was even more terrifying than the darkness. Then came the physical assault. Rocks, dislodged from the slope above, rained down around me. The overhang shook as something immense threw its weight against the hillside. I could hear it breathing, a harsh, rasping sound like air being forced through a broken bellows. My world narrowed to the primal sensations of fear, the hammering of my heart against my ribs, the icy sweat drenching my clothes, the metallic taste of terror in my mouth. Then, a grotesque, clawed hand, dark and gnarled like the root of an ancient tree, reached under the overhang, blindly scrabbling for purchase. It was inches from my face. I screamed then, a raw, ragged sound swallowed by the oppressive woods. Adrenaline, pure and potent, surged through me. I scrambled backward, deeper into the shallow recess, kicking out blindly. My boot connected with something solid, and a screech high-pitched and utterly inhuman tore through the night. The hand withdrew. Seizing the momentary reprieve, I bolted. I ran without thought, without direction, fueled by a terror so profound it eclipsed all reason. Branches tore at my face and clothes. Roots tripped me, sending me sprawling onto the unforgiving earth. I could hear it crashing through the undergrowth behind me, gaining. The chase was a blur of pain, panic, and the horrifying certainty of imminent, brutal death. How I found the stream, I'll never know. It was wider than a creek, fast flowing. Without hesitation, I plunged in. The icy water shocked my system, but it also seemed to confuse my pursuer. I heard it thrashing on the bank, its enraged howls echoing through the trees, but it didn't follow me into the water. I half swam, half stumbled downstream for what felt like an eternity, until exhaustion finally claimed me, and I collapsed on a gravel bar, gasping and broken. When I finally stumbled out of those woods 2 days later, near a seldom used logging road, I was a ghost of my former self. My clothes were shredded, my body a canvas of cuts, bruises, and exposure. I had lost most of my gear, including my pack, somewhere in that desperate flight. A passing trucker, his face a mask of shock at my appearance, took me to the nearest town. The official story was that I'd gotten severely lost, suffered from exposure and dehydration. I didn't try to correct them. Who would believe the truth? The physical injuries healed eventually. But the psychological trauma, the deep, chilling certainty of what I had encountered remains. The world outside those woods felt garish, unreal. Normal conversations, everyday concerns seemed trivial, distant. The quiet confidence I once had in my abilities, in the predictable nature of the wilderness, was shattered. I had paid a heavy price for my intrusion, for my deadly mistake. Even now, years later, back in the supposed safety of civilization, I find no true peace. Nightmares are a frequent companion, vivid replays of those terrifying hours in the Pennsylvanian wilderness. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear a faint scratching sound outside my window, or catch a fleeting glimpse of a tall, dark shadow in my peripheral vision. Is it my overactive imagination, a lingering echo of trauma, or did something follow me out of those woods? Did my trespass leave a mark on me, a scent that it can still detect? I can never go back to that part of Pennsylvania. The thought of entering any deep woods fills me with a cold, visceral dread. There's a lingering horror, a sense that the veil I pierced that day has never fully closed, and that the entity I encountered is not entirely confined to that accursed patch of forest. It feels like an unwelcome, invisible tether, a constant reminder. So, I offer this account as more than just a story. It is a warning born of bitter experience. To those who hike, who explore, who feel the pull of the wild places, be wary. Heed the faded signs, listen to the local whispers, respect the boundaries, both seen and unseen. Some legends are rooted in truths too terrifying to contemplate. Some places are best left undisturbed, their secrets kept locked away in the deep, dark heart of the woods. Do not make the same mistake I did. Curiosity over confidence, the desire for a path less traveled, these can lead you to beauty, yes, but they can also lead you into darkness from which there may be no true escape. Some mistakes are, indeed, deadly, and their consequences can follow you long after you think you've reached safety. Remember that the next time you stand at the edge of the unknown. Remember me.